Welcome to the East Lansing City Council regular meeting of February 3rd, 2026. The meeting will come to order. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Singh.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Here.
Mayor Altman.
Here. Is there a motion concerning the minutes of the January 20th, 2026 meeting?
I'll move to approve the regular council meetings of 20 January 2026.
Meadows moves approval, second by Grigsby. Any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, the motion is on the minutes as presented. All those in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Is there a motion concerning the agenda?
Move to approve.
Grigsby moves to approve the agenda,
Second.
second by Singh. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Communications from the audience, or communications generally, all written communications received by council are linked to the agenda on the website. Before we start communications from the audience, Mr. Grigsby, did you have?
Yes, thank you. I have to disclose that I am going to have major back surgery this week, and I'm off all my medications that help me manage that in these chairs. So I will probably be fidgeting quite a bit, or if I do get up during the time that you're talking, I'll try to time it better so I'm not disruptive, but that is what it's all about. So just please bear with me, and I apologize on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to call the slips. First one is Patrick Rose.
Thank you. Patrick Rose, 310 Oxford Road. I'm here today to ask you to openly consider a full public process before enacting a ban on public camping for a series of reasons that I'll make clear. But first, I hope you came to this meeting having read the 8-page letter from the ACLU, the National Center on Homelessness and the Law, and the Michigan Coalition on Housing. If you've read that letter carefully, it covers what I'm going to say in the first page and a half. And I urge you on your iPhone or your phone to pull up the case. And I urge you to read the pages in which they explain the change in the law that did not affect the limits on your ability to enact this ordinance. I believe the ordinance that you've drafted to ban public camping clearly violates the First Amendment under the federal Constitution because of its definition on loitering. It says to loiter is to remain in a place for no obvious reason or for a reason other than the reason for which the place exists. The letter that was written by the attorneys who I believe will sue the city if you enact the loitering definition and make it a crime, $100 or $200 fine, 30 days in jail, have called this, as I read it, nebulous, arbitrary, a definition possessing such a degree of vagueness that it could potentially encapsulate an infinite variety of behaviors. And then they inform you what I knew from my very first year in law school, which is that void statutes have been struck down in the United States Supreme Court and in every state dozens of times when it's impossible to get fair notice of the prohibited conduct. You can't know what's prohibited by reading this. And as a result, you're violating the City of Chicago decision from the U.S. Supreme Court in 1999 that took the identical language and said the ordinance is void on its face. Pull that case up on your iPhone, City of Chicago versus Morales. Read it in the syllabus. A baby lawyer or a paralegal will figure out it's unconstitutional. Williams versus Fears set the precedent. That's a 1900 case. So don't criminalize people for loitering. But when you read the 1900 case, you'll see that people have the right to move around. People have the right to be in a public place. People have the right to sit on a bench. People have the right to close their eyes on a bench. people have the right to sleep on a bench. And if you were told by a lawyer in your employ that grants past the 2024 case gives you the right to punish people for sleeping in a public place, that lawyer is wrong for the reasons that the letter told you. Grants past did not give you a green light to punish sleeping in a public place. It did not give you a right to ban homeless people staying in one place for 24 hours. And if you enforce this ordinance against homeless people in the way that it's intended, it will violate the as-applied restrictions that the majority and the dissent lay out very clearly. But let's make no mistake about it. Go to the last part of the decision in the dissent. The law that was in effect since 1962 that said to treat a person as a criminal because they are without a home when there's no shelter in the city, to give them a criminal record so they can't rent housing, to make their situation worse, to tell your police officers that it's a condition of issuing the criminal sanction that you have to tell them to go to a shelter when you know there are no shelters in your city, makes them invisible, forces them to leave. Go by the book Sundown Towns. You've made East Lansing a sundown town again if you enact this. You're kicking them to invisibility and making them in a vastly worse position. And why is this a problem for you in the state of Michigan? As the letter tells you, Michigan has a much stronger protection against cruel or unusual punishment. And you should treat the law in Michigan under the state constitution as forbidding the ban on camping.
30 seconds remaining.
And it does so clearly that you should treat the dissent as the state constitutional law. Don't incur an $800,000 legal bill like you did defending an unconstitutional ordinance against the cider mill people. And don't commit another set of unconstitutional acts creating $1.1 million in liability like you did with the illegal franchise tax, when in both cases you were told by half dozen lawyers beforehand it was unconstitutional. It's not a good taxpayer use of money, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Ava Anderson.
Hello, my name is Ava. I'm a resident of East Lansing. I'm here also to share concerns about the proposed ban on camping. I listened to the discussion-only meeting from a couple weeks ago, so I could hear some of the context of your thoughts about it. What I want to start with is there's a lot of emphasis on providing services in the proposed legislation, like that when police officers encounter an unhoused person, they have to offer services. And I think it's a great idea to try to emphasize services, but from what I can tell, that emphasis on services is really masking and obscuring the violence of the bill, especially because there just simply aren't effective services. If those services are offered, we have to make sure we understand what's actually being offered to those people. I'm a social worker. I got a master's of social work here at Michigan State, so I've worked in social service agencies. And if you talk to people, especially people experiencing housing insecurity, about their experiences with services, you hear a lot of times, I've been on a wait list for 9 months, or I called them and they never called me back, or I called them and then I found out I wasn't eligible, or I can't go to the shelter because I have a pet with me, or because I'm trans. So I support anything to do better coordination of services, and I think East Lansing really needs to address the root cause. I'm hearing the concern that led to this proposal is just unhoused people being in downtown especially. I live just a few blocks from downtown and I walk through that space a lot, and I do talk to unhoused people there. I've always had positive experiences. Sometimes people ask me for money. If I have money that I can spare, I give it to them. If I don't, I just say no. I'm sorry, I don't have money right now, and that's fine. If a homeless person were to punch me or something, that's already illegal. If they were to harass me, that's already illegal. So what this legislation does is criminalize them simply for existing. I see the root causes of this problem as the lack of services, especially in East Lansing, and East Lansing is really trying to lean on the services in Lansing, even though they're already overrun in Lansing. And secondly, just the fact of how housing works in this society, which is that housing is hoarded by landlords for profit to exploit via rent. I'm part of the Rent is Too Damn High tenant union, and we really believe that the housing crisis is a rent crisis. And if we're going to pass legislation to address the root cause of people existing in public space, that should be that housing is a human right. If the emphasis is on services, we need a legal framework that makes sure that those services are effective, because that does not exist right now. So basically what this legislation does is just try to get rid of people. And unfortunately, because the rent keeps going up and the social safety net keeps getting defunded, there's just going to be more and more people outside. And so we have to decide, like, what are our values as people and as a city as this is happening. And this legislation pushes us in the direction of cages and punishment. And I really think East Lansing needs to be a leader in the exact opposite direction of creating robust services that actually meet people's needs, and not be a leader in this like rise of fascism that is handling these social problems with incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen DeRosia. Ellen DeRosia.
Ellen DeRosia. I live in downtown East Lansing. I agree with both of the previous speakers. I am not a lawyer. I have no law training. I'm a human being, and I've always been taught that human beings need to be treated with decency. And criminalizing homelessness is not treating people with decency. I urge you to put your efforts and all the resources you can into solving the problem, not criminalizing the behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Gypsy Lawrence.
Hello, I'm Gypsy. I'm here to, it's my first time. I'd like to say that on the behalf of everyone else that was talking today, I believe that if people are being unhoused, it means that less people are working, which means less kids are getting education. That education could lead to homelessness, and if anyone in here was homeless, how would they feel? If you took away their homes and left them in prison, left them in jail, where you leave them is where their destiny is. If you take them to jail, you're taking their life away. You're leaving other people that need to have work to be left, gone. What I'm saying is I think we should destroy this law. And also, another thing I'd like to say is, according to the constitutional rights, I believe it was Trump who deleted. I believe Trump had made a correct decision on deleting one of the rights of. I can't remember. Okay. But I believe that if we keep taking people's homes away, that means leaving kids who could be having great education right now could be at home sitting there because they don't have enough schools to house all the kids, house all the people. The best thing you can do to help is delete this law and think about what is best for the society of East Lansing. Done.
Thank you. Sean Brock.
Hello, my name is Sean Brock. I am an organizer and member of the Rent is Too Damn High Homeless Union. As looking over the language here, this solves absolutely nothing. not one thing. If you don't want to see homeless people, house them. When you criminalize, I will go to my quote, when survival becomes illegal, we no longer live in the land of the free. This is a cruel ordinance. It helps nobody, and the way things are going in this country, in this state, and in this region, we are going to see more and more homeless people. This helps nobody. The solution is not to criminalize homelessness. The solution is finding homes for people and getting the proper things in place to help them with whatever their needs are, whether it be mental health, whether it be for substance abuse, whatever the cause is. Every homeless person has a different story. I was working over 40 hours a week, and I was staying in the shelter in Lansing. I was working as much overtime as I could. I can't afford rent in this area because they keep jacking it up. This is cruelty, and I believe you will find that most people do not agree with this, and we need to find solutions, not just trying to sweep it under the rug and trying to get people to disappear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carver. Carver. Anuja Sudashone. Not here? Okay, thank you. Jonathan Sweet.
John Sweet, Newman Lofts, East Lansing. Thanks, Council, for hearing me. I'm here to talk about Section 3.7 and or Agenda Items 3.7 and 3.8, Ordinance amendments for 1565 and 1566. I hope you support them and take in consideration the changes I think are good. I do have one, I guess, question for the council to debate among themselves, and it's 1566. Hold on here. 2664, item D. If a person identifies as an unhoused individual, this section shall not be enforced against the person without the officer first making all reasonable efforts, and all reasonable efforts is my question here, to place the person voluntarily in appropriate social service facility or treatment facility. And my question with that is, doesn't this leave the police in the same predicament they're in now, where they can do nothing? I witnessed for a full year the police counseling, allowing them to do, the homeless to do whatever they want lawlessly, downtown East Lansing, and the police told me their hands were tied. I believe that paragraph right there, and I wish you to think about it as you debate it, is not written. Maybe there's a constitutional reason, maybe there's other reasons, but it kind of, to me, makes it nonsense that the police are once again tied with their hands and everything else means nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Shirley.
Hey, my name is Kara Trimbach Shirley, and I'm a resident of East Lansing. I have a few different points that I want to make, but I originally opposed this, and I will stick to that. The City of East Lansing cannot morally make a decision on an Ordinance 1566 before ensuring that people who are unhoused have a place to go. The city of Lansing is absolutely full, and I know that they have expanded their shelter access, and they are still full to this day. You can ask anyone at the shelters, those beds are full, and these people do not have a place to go. Hence the warming shelters that I helped to volunteer with the last few weeks that are also full. The city of Lansing is full. The city of East Lansing has the highest rates of rent in the Tri-County area by a few $100s. And MSU has dozens of unhoused students that you can find in their community health assessment they have posted online, who attend classes every day, and so many more who are housing insecure, who are living on other people's beds, or living on their couches, or just staying place to place day by day. The thoughts of someone who is unhoused is not a specific type of person. Unhoused people also work full-time, much like my man said before. They are students, they are parents, they are residents of East Lansing, and most importantly, they are human beings just like us. The city of Lansing, in response to the city of East Lansing, in response to business owners downtown, created a work group of social service providers that met over in the fall. If you remember, they met together, they tried to figure out why homelessness was an issue in our area, and absolutely nothing has been done since that time. These people met together, they talked about the issues, and nothing actionable came from that work group. Why is there performance without action being taken? Why are we appeasing to business owners and money in general, and not to the people of East Lansing who are speaking up here? Why are we assuming it's okay to criminalize homeless people? Why does the city of East Lansing not put more money towards creating a shelter of our own, recognizing the need that is currently here, rather than supporting Ingham County and Lansing housing programs when it's obviously very needed? And most importantly, where are unhoused people to go when they cannot be in East Lansing? Are we to just send them to Lansing and have them deal with that problem like we have been doing, like other counties have been doing in other cities? This is not just a city of Lansing problem, it's a city of East Lansing, and it's an everywhere problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Kalen was Nikki. It would be easier for the audience to hear the name if there weren't clapping. So let me just say that. Kalen was Nikki.
Hi all, my name is Kaylin. I'm a student at MSU, and recently I'm an urban planning student, and recently in my planning, law, and ethics class, we were talking about an incident that occurred in the city of Lansing where a homeless man was arrested at a CATA bus station for being homeless and trespassing, as they said. And as we're debating 1566 and 1565, just like the previous speaker said, we're just pushing that problem to Lansing, and we're going to see more arrests like that, where that man's head was smashed into the ground by police officers. We're going to see more incidents like that if it's criminalized here. And I do have family that has been homeless in the past, and I often think about decisions that could change the trajectory of their lives. So you guys have a decision, and the police have a decision. If they see a homeless person, they can either arrest them and charge them a $200 fine, of which they probably don't have if they're on the street, and 30 days in jail, or they can provide them with the services that they need. And that can be a life or death decision. So I just hope you all make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry Bussey. Henry Bussey.
Before I start, my remarks were prepared with the agenda item report for 1560. So when I reference that, that is not the current for 56. But believe it or not, I rise in opposition for the new ordinance. My first point of issue is regarding the resources cited in the agenda item report on this ordinance. It cites 9 shelters as resources for the unhoused, but only one of them falls within East Lansing city limits. Our lack of resources for the unhoused population in our community is a major problem, but it is also representative of the intent of this ordinance. This is not to protect the community or to help the unhoused get resources. This is an attempt to displace the most marginalized members of our community. Citing 8 shelters outside of our city directly shows that the desire of this ordinance is to have our unhoused population flee to Lansing. Attempting to criminalize struggling with housing insecurity does nothing to help those face it, nor does it do anything to help the rest of our community. The letter sent by the ACLU, the MCAH, and the National Homeless Law Center to our City Council cites court cases and constitutional issues with this ordinance. Although these issues concern me as well, a more vital concern is the lack of humanity shown to the members of our community. This ordinance attempts to shed the responsibility of this issue that is our local government is meant to address. I believe it would be damaging to the community as it seeks to drive out a problem instead of fixing it within. I ask the City Council to please consider this issue with empathy and search for a productive solution with the goal of restoring our community, not driving it away. Many solutions have been proven to work to achieve this goal. Cities like Houston, Texas implemented a housing-first approach that led to a 63% decrease in the unhoused population. Rockford, Illinois was the first city to reach a functional zero for both veteran homelessness and chronic homelessness, with a data-driven and coordinated system. To respond to an act made out of desperation and necessity with a punitive measure is nothing but cruel. The issue of housing insecurity will not be solved by criminalization. We must confront the issue with rehabilitation and restoration. Thank you.
Thank you. Marla Stone.
Good evening, Council. I am Marla Stone, and I'm a resident of East Lansing, but I grew up in Pennsylvania in a small town that had 4 sheets, so I'm here in support of sheets because all of the sheets were always clean, welcoming, and friendly, and offered a lot of employment to the community, so I just wanted to make a brief statement in support of sheets coming to town. Thank you.
Thank you. BJ Stone.
Good evening, Council. I'm a longtime resident of East Lansing as well. I'm here to speak about the stop sign at Rosewood and South Lawn, but before that, hearing all these people talk tonight has driven a point that maybe my point isn't as dramatic as theirs. I would ask the Council to research an organization in Northern Virginia called Facets, which is one of the largest safety nets for homeless and helping them to rehabilitate themselves and to get them off the streets to a productive life. Now, the stop sign at Rosewood and South Lawn. It seems to me that common sense would tell us that sending someone out to take down 2 yield signs and put up 2 stop signs, which would probably be more effective than a yield sign, as I believe Councilman Meadows said last time, is really a pretty simple decision. Long term, because my family and I have lived there since 1956, the long-term solution is to put some sort of island in the middle of that intersection to slow people down. Now, I don't think we need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a study for that. I've been there for a long time, I've witnessed it, and I'm here to tell you that I think that's the solution. But again, more importantly, I'd contact Facets. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Notman.
Hi. Excuse me. I'm Mark Notman. I'm a long-term resident of East Lansing. I'll be brief. Referencing the letter that was referenced earlier from the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness, the National Homeless Law Center, and ACLU of Michigan, think it's pretty clear in that letter that these two ordinances, 1565, 1566, threaten constitutional and human rights of unhoused East Lansing residents. It's unconstitutional. It doesn't address the real causes of homelessness. These ordinances do not. Criminalization worsens homelessness. There's evidence in that letter documenting that reality. Criminalization is expensive and wasteful. There are models around the country where people have worked on solving this problem. Milwaukee's one of them, again, as outlined in that letter very successfully. I think returning to that municipality over $1 million a year in costs. These ordinances feed into and support Trump's efforts to target and punish unhoused people and further the U.S.'s incarceration culture. I would urge the council to view these ordinances through the lens of our municipality's codified vision, values, and mission. If you do, I think these ordinances fall far short and violate these espoused and apparently believed in efforts that we have. They do not provide quality services for a quality community. They do not invest in people and help us be recognized for excellence in services for the community. They really do not view things from the perspective of the quote-unquote customer, which is the language you have in that value statement. They do not support sound financial performance to maintain the public trust. It erodes public trust, those things would. And they do not treat all with fairness, dignity, and courtesy. Thanks for your opportunity to address you.
Thank you. Rebecca Kaysen.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Kaysen. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Center of Greater Lansing. I am also a resident who lives on Abbey Road. Last week, I invited every single one of you to come visit the warming center at the Women's Center of Greater Lansing before it closed. I invited you to meet the people whose lives you are actively debating. No one came, not one of you. The only person who even addressed me was Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby, and I will give him some serious credit because he had a very rough meeting with the Human Rights Commission last night where he was put on the spot, and he handled it amazing and listened to us and listened to our concerns. I can't say the same about the rest of you. Tonight, there are many, many people here who either were at the warming center as, or many warming centers as guests or as volunteers. In my letter, which you all received and is in the packet, I talked about a young man whose family was convinced that he had died. All right, that was their major concern. But instead, he was sober for the first time in his life. I talked about another man who in 2018 had a drunk driving charge and since then has not been able to get his driver's license or anything else back. And even though he's been sober, now 8 years later is homeless. At one point I had mentioned to a volunteer that I live in East Lansing, and some of the men there asked me if it's illegal to be homeless in East Lansing, and then asked me if I thought they belonged in jail. All for just being poor. Let me be clear, when policies make people question whether or not other people feel like they belong in jail, those policies are not neutral. They're cruel. And yes, they're racist. The people staying in our warming center were self-policing. They were mostly respectful. We had very few incidents. What we saw every night were human beings doing everything they could to survive while being told by the systems of power that their existence is a problem. 2 years ago, Mr. Altman stated that he had more important things to do than take DEI trainings. He needed to learn more about municipal budgets. I'm not a municipal budgets expert, but I'm pretty sure any training you took would tell you the number one thing you need to do is avoid lawsuits that you're going to lose. East Lansing is already facing litigation brought by Lonnie Smith and Mason Woods, a lawsuit, again, that you will likely lose. And now this body is openly discussing ordinances that criminalize homelessness, despite overwhelming legal precedent showing that cities lose these cases repeatedly. This is not hypothetical. This is not ideological. This is basic competence. If you pass ordinances that criminalize homelessness, you will be sued, you will lose, and the taxpayers will pay for it. That is not fiscal responsibility, that is negligence. But this is bigger than money. You are elected to serve everyone in the city, including the people you are choosing not to see. When you refuse to learn about racial equity, you refuse to meet the people harmed by your policies, when you criminalize poverty instead of addressing it, that is not leadership, that is abandonment. Do not hide behind fear, misinformation, or thinly veiled racism. Meet the people you are voting to punish. Learn the law, follow the evidence, and stop pretending that making homelessness illegal just makes it disappear. Homelessness is not a crime, poverty is not a moral failure, and the people that I serve deserve better from this body. Thank you.
Alex Sawicki. Alex Sawicki, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Sawicki from Sheets, 39300 West 12 Mile Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan, speaking about Agenda Item 4.1. I don't have much to say this evening. I think I told you guys all our story last time. I do want to thank you and staff again, especially Alicia. They are excellent representatives of the city. They've been very, very good to work with. We're very excited to hopefully become part of the city of East Lansing, and the team and I are here to answer questions once we get to our agenda item if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. James Taylor.
James Taylor, Okemos, Michigan. I was here. I had a lot of questions. I was going to ask somebody they could just explain to me what exactly camping meant, but then I was showed by a few people what it was, and it was very, very vague. It's super, super vague. And I looked at it and I said, wow, that is like super vague. So, if you pass this, I don't know how, because from what I was showed, it's very vague, and it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Przyzwolinski.
Hello, Council. Thanks for hearing us out today. I'm here to urge you to reject Ordinance 1566. I'm an East Lansing resident, I should say that. But I'm also a scholar who has researched homelessness for over a decade and worked with unhoused communities across the U.S. for that time as well. And I just want to reiterate a lot of points that were already made by so many folks here. I'm deeply stressed at how unnecessary this ordinance is. There is no reason to punish people who cannot afford rent, who are already out on the street. To find them and incarcerate them will seek to perpetuate homelessness, not solve homelessness, and that seems self-defeating. I also share that the ACLU letter that Michigan ACLU and the National Law Center had sent to you, I agree, there's some really great points in that, especially when it comes down to the Michigan Constitution protecting unhoused residents from cruel or unusual punishment, which accepts us from the Grants Pass comments. For unhoused individuals, I want to say, fines that cannot be paid often escalate into far more serious outcomes. It may seem innocuous to give someone a $25 ticket and then a $100 ticket and then incarcerate them for a few days, but surely that is not what happens in the lives of unhoused people who experience these citations, misdemeanors, and incarcerations. Frequently, this initiates just deeper criminalization, extending people back onto the street once they're released, or if they're detained, arrested, and released without charge again, they accumulate a criminal record for being outside, for not being able to pay rent. Landlords can then search their record of charges and will deny them to rent affordable housing. This is what we call the carceral continuum. It's a perpetuation of the criminalization of unhoused people. And it all starts with the citations that the city of East Lansing wants to implement to keep unhoused people out of downtown ostensibly. The specific geographic implications of this ordinance are especially troubling. Banning unhoused people from being in virtually all public spaces and the qualifications for what public space is, and this is mind-boggling because it's essentially every inch of every building and every public imaginable here. I doubt law enforcement would be able to identify what those public spaces are themselves, nor anyone enforcing those citations. If this ordinance passes, nearly all public spaces will become inaccessible whenever someone subjectively determines that an unhoused person should not be there and when they ask them to leave. With an almost non-existent number of shelter beds in East Lansing, as people have already said, the question of where are unhoused people supposed to go becomes not rhetorical, but unavoidable. So rather than pursuing the criminalization, the punitive and exclusionary measures of this ordinance, I strongly encourage you to consider humane, non-cruel, evidence-based approaches that actually support unhoused residents. In the very agenda, you actually lay out the formula, connecting with unhoused people first before criminalizing them, bringing them into services with social workers, not law enforcement, who is not trained to do this work. And you note that there's money to hire social workers. This to me seems like a good approach rather than citing people, finding them, possibly incarcerating them. Voting no on this ordinance will not make homelessness worse in East Lansing. Voting yes will. I urge you to do the right thing and reject this ordinance. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Nazita Lajarardi.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Nazita Lajavardi. I'm also a resident of East Lansing. And like Stephen, I'm also a researcher and a scholar. I study American politics. I focus on race in American politics. I'm here to urge you to vote no on Ordinance 1566. This ordinance may appear facially neutral, but in practice, it is going to cause serious harm to unhoused people in our community. East Lansing is home to Michigan State, which has world-class researchers and students. And what we teach our students day in and day out is to finesse and develop evidence-based scholarship. That is our whole job. And for those of us who actually produce this research, we know that the evidence is clear. Policies like these deepen cycles of criminalization, fines, and incarceration for people who are already struggling to survive. Ordinance 1566 is creating this citywide ban on camping with very broad definitions, as many people have already said. And the consequences are just so severe. As Stephen said, an ordinance can begin with a fine, and then a second violation within 12 months can lead to jail time. That is not much for someone who is struggling to make it. I just want to also bring up what Justice Sotomayor has so beautifully said in her dissent in Grants Pass. She warned that laws like this strip people of their humanity and raise serious constitutional concerns. East Lansing has a history that we must also remember. In his autobiography, Malcolm X wrote that Black people weren't allowed after dark in East Lansing proper. This ordinance risks reviving the same logic of exclusion, deciding who belongs and who must disappear. It harkens back to an era of segregation and Jim Crow. And I urge you to do better. Our city can do better, and voting no will not make homelessness worse, but voting yes will. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Gorashek.
Hi, my name is Mike Gorshak. I'm president of the board for the organization Punks with Lunch. But tonight, I'm speaking today in my personal capacity, not on behalf of any organization. I think it is important to point out that punitive legislation like this used to be unconstitutional until 2024, when a Donald Trump-stacked Supreme Court eliminated and established Eighth Amendment protection against cruel and unusual punishment. Prior to 2024, Martin versus City of Boise said that cities cannot criminally punish homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property if there is no adequate shelter available. The court reasoned that sleeping is a basic human necessity, and when a person has no place to live, there is no real choice involved. It is a consequence of their status. Under those conditions, punishing that conduct amounts to punishing the status of being homeless, which the court said would violate the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment. So for years, this case meant that cities couldn't arrest people just for camping or sleeping outside when shelter wasn't available. So I asked myself, is this who the city of East Lansing is? Will we jail people just for being homeless? Will we jail them even if they are doing all they can to secure safe and stable housing? Will we jail them when sufficient housing is not available for them? Is that who this community is? I don't think so. I don't think East Lansing wants to be a leader in Donald Trump's war on our most vulnerable. We are putting our police in the position where they will be arresting people simply because they don't have a place to live. Arresting them just for trying to exist. Currently, the unhoused are trespassed frequently with no notice, and even if they vacate, I fear for the violence that these arrests will bring. We can do better. This is not who we are.
Thank you, Chrissa Owen. Chrissa Owen.
Thank you. All right, well, I'd like to point out that there is no public safety risk posed by someone sleeping on a park bench or resting in a visible public space. Visibility provides protection. People are seen, and harm is more likely to be noticed and interrupted. When we force unhoused individuals out of visible areas and into hiding, such as woods, behind buildings, or other isolated spaces, we increase their risk of being raped, robbed, assaulted, and killed. Secondly, it costs taxpayers nothing for someone to sleep on a park bench. But the moment we criminalize sleeping, we create a chain of expenses. We pay for the officer's time to issue the citation. We pay for the administrative staff to process it. We pay for the prosecutor and court system to handle the infraction. We pay for the staff to receive and process the payment if the person can pay at all. If they can't pay, then we pay again for court time and potential incarceration, which includes housing, food, and supervision. If the city truly wants to improve public safety and reduce costs, I propose we fund and manage an encampment, something with porta potties, regular trash removal, and social workers on site to help connect these people with housing, treatment, and services. This approach keeps people visible, safer, and connected to help. It also reduces emergency responses, enforcement costs, and long-term strain on the system. The proposed ordinance does nothing to reduce harm. It increases risks, increases costs, and moves people out of sight and into more danger. If the goal is public safety and responsible use of taxpayer dollars, criminalizing survival is the wrong approach. No victim, no crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Barb Anderson.
Barb Anderson. I live in East Lansing. I'm an urban planning researcher and teacher. I'm very much for the moratorium against any more East Lansing gas stations, and I urge you to vote for the moratorium. And I would refer you to the East Lansing Comprehensive Plan update that was adopted last August. And the five goals, I'm going to talk about three of them. The one about having enhanced public assets with reliable transportation and infrastructure. Having another gas station in town when we already have 6 is against this goal. And there's several aspects to this. Many people cannot afford a car. And that relates to the 5th goal a high-performing government with a decision-making lens of social equity. Cars are very expensive. And from an environmental standpoint, we should not be burning fossil fuels. We should be having more public transportation, and it should be affordable, like ideally free. And I would urge the city to work with CATA to have more frequent bus service, because survey after survey shows that Americans do not want to be dependent on their cars, but they have no choice. And they would rather have a choice, but, you know, the car industry, you know, I can talk about the history of planning and how cars and tire companies have affected us, but I will also touch on public health. You may have seen this great infographic that came out last year, and it has a walkability index, and there's 3 bubbles there about how transportation affects our health. Even if you ride the bus, you're going to be healthier because you have to walk to and from the bus. And the impacts on air quality. We shouldn't be burning things altogether, but especially fossil fuels, because greenhouse gases, we know about climate change. Physical activity. Most people need more physical activity, right? We all do. And when you're walking to the bus, you get a built-in little workout there. And reliance on cars over walking or bicycling or taking the bus contributes to our sedentary lifestyles and related health problems. And lastly, on the health issue, poor air quality from vehicle emissions can lead to respiratory and cardiovascular issues. And so I would urge you to consider people's public health, to consider the environment, and don't give the go-ahead for any more gas stations. Let's see. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Michael Holt.
Hi, Council. I'm Michael Holt. I'm a resident of East Lansing for a little over 6 months now. I spoke previously at a meeting about how I wasn't really aware of the kind of community that I had moved into. After hearing about things that have gone on with this community, with the police department and other issues, and something that I rarely do was I was hopeful that a governing body would listen to literal hours of testimony about the issues they care about and which are directly harming and impacting them, only to see this body not seem to take any of that into consideration and just keep on pushing with harmful legislation. You can imagine the lack of surprise I had when I saw these anti-homeless ideas for new laws for the city. I think it's pretty obvious to most people at this point that criminalizing homeless people who don't have the ability to get out of the city, they don't have the funding to secure proper housing. I mean, we just had we're sitting here trying to pass laws to criminalize homeless people who were sleeping in -4-degree weather while all of you were sleeping in a nice warm bed. It's so sad. It hurts my heart to be looking at you guys sitting here very respectfully listening to the woes of your community. And then once everybody gets through the public comment period and everybody shuffles out and goes home, and you continue the rest of your meeting and seemingly don't take any of it into account. It was just like, it was painful for me to put my faith into yet another governing body who I thought would listen to its constituents and heed the warnings that very educated people who have directly experienced the violence of these issues, they're coming to you and they're pleading for help. They're begging for help. They're explaining to you exactly how this harms them. And nothing. I guess I hope for better. I hope that the vote goes on public record, and whenever election season comes back around, everybody in this room looks at that record to decide their vote. It worries me, this increased criminalization and contact between police and homeless people who tend to be parts of minority communities. I'm sure, as you're all aware, your police department doesn't have a great history with that, not only right now, but literally ever. Another thing I wasn't happy to learn about this community when I moved here. And it's black people, brown people, indigenous people, LGBT people, trans people especially. Trans people especially also aren't even allowed to use some of the services which could be offered to them. They show up and they're denied at the door for their presentation or their gender identity or their sexuality. I struggle to find a logical explanation for this anti-homeless legislation you hope to pass that has care and compassion in mind and not just ridding yourself of a problem, of something you don't want to see. It worries me that with the uptick in ICE raids across the country and everything, I don't feel confident that I'll be protected in this community by this council or this police department. Seeing the kind of violence that could occur and increases amongst unhoused people and the police, it gives me no faith that I'm safe here. Thanks.
Thank you. Ariel Cushman.
I'm here today to ask you guys not to bring this ordinance to fruition. I'm from a city that has ordinances like this, and I've seen some pretty unspeakable things because of it. All it really does is, kind of like here, it's going to push everything to Lansing. It put a humongous strain on Lee County when Collier County, where I'm from, sent all of their homeless people to Lee County. Apologize here. I was a resident of the Fallen Angels encampment, which was removed in part for being on private property. If you pass this, there'll be nowhere left to go but Lansing because you have no shelter system. Voting public camping illegal would be like playing Russian roulette with homeless people's lives. At bare minimum, we ask that you have accommodations for people who are seeking services and working with the awesome organizations that we have, because it would really suck for them to lose contact or lose their ability to get a house because they're in jail for being homeless. All I have to ask is, will you push your huddled masses onto your sister city already in crisis? And the other question I have is, and I want you guys to think on this, hopefully, What would you do if you lost everything one day and those that were supposed to protect you only punished you instead? Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Foreman.
What was the name? Good evening. My name is Jonathan Foreman. I'm a East Lansing resident. I'd like to address proposed ordinance 1565 with you all tonight. It's getting a little less attention here than the camping ordinance, but I think it's just as odious in the way it treats what's legal in parking lots. I think it's pretty common for coworkers after a long day at the office to stop and chat in the parking lot outside the earshot of their colleagues and their bosses before getting into their cars. Or for a person to cut through a parking lot because it's the quickest way from A to B. Or for a person to forget something in their car only to realize it and turn back before they left the lot. These things must happen hundreds of times a day in our city, and if Ordinance 1565 is passed, those common everyday occurrences would become illegal overnight. To be clear, even though I do all those things, I don't intend to change anything, even if you all pass that ordinance. I'll still talk to my colleagues in the parking lot. I'll still cut through the Bailey lot to get to the back entrance of Chipotle. And I certainly won't get a better memory every night and remember my coffee. And I'll do that because I know that this ordinance isn't meant to be enforced against me. This body isn't interested in making me change my daily habits, which hurt absolutely nobody. That's the most damning part of the proposed ordinance in my view. It's the cynicism of it. Everybody in this room knows that the ordinance is not designed to be enforced by the letter. Everyone here knows there's nothing wrong with the ordinance that with the conduct that this ordinance makes illegal. The ordinance is meant to be enforced selectively against people the police deem to be a problem. It's meant to be enforced against young men and women who are doing nothing except existing in a public space. We don't have to look further than the police chief's words to know who this is supposed to be enforced against. The ordinance is designed to give the police an excuse to initiate a seizure when there's no proof that the people who they're seizing have actually done anything wrong. The message from this body is that certain people wouldn't be welcome in East Lansing if that ordinance is passed. If this body wants to take steps to prevent these supposed issues, it has the tools to do so. It can pass an ordinance that actually addresses the issue and not one that provides the police unfettered discretion to enforce it how they see fit. And this body surely shouldn't be addressing these issues by passing an ordinance that I can assure you will be challenged as unconstitutional whenever the police use it as a basis to stop somebody. So I'm asking all of you to reconsider tonight and decline to pass the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Kath Edsel.
Good evening, Kath Edsel, East Lansing residents. I want to remind us all sort of why we're here tonight and why these have become issues, because they tie into a number of issues. And they all lead back to one person, well, two people, our city manager and our chief of police, who, as I said before, have zero creativity, and they go to old schools, broken window policing, every opportunity that they get. These issues tie together. I'm going to make a couple of brief comments and then sort of tie it all together. But one, the first reading of this camping ordinance and loitering ordinance must be pulled off the consent agenda and be discussed openly. That is your duty to this community to help us understand your thinking on making poverty and being unhoused criminal, to making loitering criminal, to existing while black criminal. To leave it on the consent agenda without even discussing it is a disservice to the people you serve and cowardly. Secondly, there are some media reports that suggest there may be a reversal in the decision to maintain our status as a sanctuary city. Again, the conversation is circled around the city manager and potential for losing funds. To do so at this point would also be cowardly and demonstrates that East Lansing was never the welcoming community we alleged to be, but one that likes to cosplay only when it's safe to do so. In November, The Guardian published an article reviewing a report called 30 Patterns of Harm. This review looked not at individual acts of racial harm caused by the Met Police in the UK, but at the institutionalism of racial harm and the intentional roadblocks to resolving and preventing that harm. While the review focused on the Metropolitan Police in the UK, I read it feeling that it hit all too close to home and that the findings ring true for every police or paramilitary organization in the U.S., including ELPD. I'm not sharing this so that we can say it's everywhere and therefore there's nothing we can do, but in fact, because my hope is always that East Lansing can lead in reimagining what true constitutional public safety guided policing can be. Unfortunately, before we can build anew, we must dissect the old, we must cut out the cancer and irradiate what remains. The Guardian article is also titled, Met's Police Culture Makes Racial Harm Inevitable, and states that the racial harm the metropolitan people inflict on black people is institutionally defended, just as our current city manager, police chief, council, police department, and city attorneys have institutionally and repeatedly defended the indefensible, including these camping ordinances, the loitering ordinances, and the treatment of black and brown bodies in our community, all while several of us have come here and reminded you again and again how ELPD leadership has institutionally inflicted harm upon black people. The report goes on to say anti-black outcomes in policing are not random. They have been built in and they are named again and again by families in grief, frontline officers, unions, activists, whistleblowers, campaigners, and formal investigators. Nadia, Kelly, Dee Dee, and I, as well as countless others who choose anonymity so as not to worsen the situation for their loved ones, have named these harms, and yet the city chooses to defend the indefensible. The article continues, the Met causes pain in black communities and suspicion is the starting point. The Met doesn't wait for wrongdoing, it waits for justifications. Again, this quote could be written about ELPD. Maybe if you substituted ICE for the Met and Hispanic communities, and more importantly, their white allies, for black communities, it would translate easier for those appalled by what is happening in Minneapolis and across the U.S. But the reality is that the same is happening here and has happened here for decades. Finally, the report asserts that force and coercive tactics are more likely to be used against black people than white, and the Met treats blackness itself as probable cause. The crossover to policing and ELPD is again undeniable. Multiple reports evidence the force is used more often against black bodies by East Lansing police officers, and when a police chief says minorities come into our community and commit crimes, every officer has the clear go-ahead to treat blackness as probable cause. The current chief and long-term culture of ELPD are part and parcel of the institutional racial harm that is ELPD. The current chief refuses to look at this in any serious way, and there are multiple incidences of ELPD officers balking at every avenue to address institutional racism. Change must happen, and it needs to begin at the top, and by that I mean the tippy top. We love to think we are better than this as a country and as a city. Unfortunately, we are not. But that does not mean we cannot start doing the real work that needs to be done. I implore you to remain a sanctuary city, to vote against the anti-camping and anti-loitering ordinances, and to demand the resignation of the police chief. Respect the humanity of all people who live and play here. Thank you.
Thank you. Kadaya Erickson.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmembers. My name is Khadijah Erickson. I'm the Executive Director of the Mid-Michigan Tenant Resource Center. I'm the Housing Chair for the Lansing Branch NAACP, and I'm also an organizer with the Lansing Homeless Union. I'm here today because I need to urge you to reject any form of the camping ban, whether that be the amended Ordinance 1141, 1560, 1565, or 1566. All of them must be rejected. The ordinance does not regulate behavior in any meaningful way. What it does is criminalize survival. East Lansing has 0 general use emergency shelters within the city limits. Unhoused residents cannot sleep on private property. They cannot sleep on commercial property. And now this ordinance proposes to make it illegal for them to exist in public space. So I want to ask a very simple question that no one here has answered yet. Where precisely are unhoused people supposed to go inside of East Lansing? Ordinance 1560, 1565, 1566, and amended Ordinance 1141 create a pipeline from homelessness to criminalization. After a warning, a person can be fined. After that, they face misdemeanor charges, jail time, or both. That is not hypothetical. This ordinance authorizes punishment for people who have no lawful place to exist. Even the so-called safeguards in the ordinance do not fix this problem. Being told about available services that exist in a different jurisdiction is not offering help or solutions. In practice, most services people would be offered are outside of East Lansing, meaning this ordinance functions as passive displacement, pushing people out of the city into neighboring jurisdictions to deal with the fallout. And boy, is Lansing dealing with it. This is not a solution, it is a responsibility shift. And I would go a step further and say it is an abdication of your responsibility and your positions as elected members of the city. This ordinance also exposes the city of East Lansing to serious legal risk. A joint letter from the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness, the ACLU of Michigan, and the National Homeless Law Center make it very clear that while recent federal law has narrowed Eighth Amendment protections, the Michigan Constitution is more protective, prohibiting punishments that are cruel or unusual. The "or" is the operative word there. Not both. Punishing people for sleeping outdoors when the shelter is unavailable during Michigan winters is precisely the kind of punishment our state constitution forbids. The ordinance expanded definition of loitering is also constitutionally suspect. It mirrors language the U.S. Supreme Court has already struck down as unconstitutionally vague language that allows arbitrary enforcement based on an officer's judgment on whether someone has an obvious reason to be in a public space. Now, I don't know about you, but I can think for 2 seconds longer and consider where that's gonna go and who's gonna be most impacted by having officers empowered to make snap judgments based on what they can visually see and decide about someone's status based on what is on their body and their appearance. That kind of discretion does not fall evenly. It falls hardest on our Black residents, disabled residents, and people already over-policed. The NAACP Lansing branch, of which I am a member and of the executive committee, has formally condemned this ordinance for exactly these reasons. Criminalization will deepen racial inequities, increase police contact, and make it harder for people to exit homelessness. Let's be extremely honest about what it's like to rent here in East Lansing. The average rent is $1,700, and that is the average. If you want to get a 1-bedroom, it's going to run you about $1,200. If you want a 3-bedroom, you're looking at $2,100. That is not reasonable economic conditions for someone to go from the street to housing and be there permanently and stably. There is no realistic pathway currently in East Lansing to go from the street to housing, and it's not even embedded in the ordinance. There is no bridge being created here. This is precisely just a mechanism for removal. We also know conclusively that criminalization does not work. The MCAH and ACLU letter cites jurisdictions across the country where housing first approaches reduced homelessness and saved money, while enforcement-heavy approaches increased cost, jail stays, and emergency room use. Arrests do not create housing. 3 hots and a cot in the jail is not housing. That's not what we're looking for. What does work, though, is real investment in shelter, in permanent housing, in voluntary services, and more explicitly in tenant protections. If East Lansing wants fewer encampments, the way to get there is to eliminate the need for encampments by providing housing.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Erica Schmidt-Deal.
Hello, my name is Erica Schmidt-Deal. I'm a resident of East Lansing and a social worker, and I'm here to encourage City Council to abandon all of these efforts to criminalize homelessness in our town. I echo everybody else's sentiments who has spoken up against these ordinances because we are not solving any problems. We are only exacerbating problems. We are sweeping things under the rug. If we have money for jail, we have money for hotel rooms, shelter, and rent subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Sager.
Hi. I'm Laura Sager. I'm a resident of Newman Lofts and have worked in the past on trying to find unhoused people in the Ingham County housing. As a resident of Newman Lofts, I see and understand the problem of houselessness among our neighbors who are living on the street. We and our neighbors in this downtown area really need effective solutions to our concerns, not ineffective Band-Aids that will make the matter worse and waste money. That's why I see the proposed vague and overbroad ordinances against camping and loitering as a total failure of leadership by the City Council. When neighbors come forward with a problem, we expect that you will seek the best evidence-based approaches, not rush to harsher and more policing as the go-to response. We expect you would at least walk across Grand River and involve MSU social science experts, bring in organizations who've been working on this problem in our city, county, and nationally, and to meet all residents' needs and make it possible for robust, community-led response to emerge. I can tell you that Newman Lofts residents are not a monolith, and we are all very smart folks. Given a viable evidence-based proposal, I believe we and others in the area would rally around it and reject the dehumanization inherent in the proposed ordinances. I've directly experienced the tragedy of houselessness. I will never forget the man that broke down sobbing in my office because there was literally no space for him anywhere. He had no money, no family, and he was scared to death. I'll never forget the other staff members that took on roommates as a last resort. I'll never forget what hunger looked like when unhoused people showed up at food distributions but had nowhere to go to cook and no way to, no housing, no kitchen, and no way to get nutritious food. I remember the 88-year-old sisters who tearfully asked me for help. They were couch surfing with their 9-year-old great-grandson because there was no one else to take them. And there was no place for them to go. They too were scared to death. They were scared they'd die before they got a place for this child. I remember the horror of a housing intake worker when someone she had turned away for services froze to death outside the door of her agency. And I remember my friend's mentally ill son and her terror that the police would shoot him on the streets before understanding that he was not a danger to anyone. This ordinance strips away the humanity from families, the elderly, people re-entering the community, people struggling with multiple needs for services based mainly or entirely on their housing status. They become nuisances that we want police to remove from our site. We don't ask, just send them downriver to Lansing or just anywhere but our doorstep. Evidently, some members of the City Council are indifferent enough to the humanity of our neighbors, their constituents, that they see criminalization and removal as the best options. It's not the leadership we expect from you. We know this threatens the constitutional and human rights of unhoused East Lansing residents. I'm told by legal experts, as we heard tonight, that we'll lose in court when this is challenged. Frankly, we can do a lot for our neighbors with money poured down this particular rat hole of a cause. I urge the City Council to reject the proposed ordinances and instead commit to policies that address the root causes of homelessness, which we've heard about, dealing with rising rents, low wages, and a lack of housing options. You know that communities across the country have shown that housing-focused solutions work. Criminalization does not. Vote for what works for real human beings with real lives and real needs, because they need your understanding and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Cook.
Mayor Altman, members of the City Council, I'm Nick Cook. I'm the Director of Public Policy for the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness. I wish I were here today with words of optimism. Instead, I'm here with disappointment. I am disappointed because Ordinance 1565 and 1566 reflects a failure, not of compassion, but of imagination. First and foremost, the attempted sleight of hand to dismiss one problematic ordinance and amend existing ones doesn't change what you are trying to do. Make it a crime to be cold, poor, and sleeping on the streets. All of these attempts of criminalizing homelessness, because that is what this is, are a failure to respond to homelessness with solutions that work. And they are a failure to uphold the values that East Lansing claims to stand for. This ordinance would make it a crime to survive, to sleep, to seek shelter, to exist in public when no private space exists. And it does so knowing full well that there is no adequate alternative shelter available. Let me be clear, criminalizing homelessness does not eliminate homelessness. It displaces it, deepens it, and punishes people for circumstances they did not choose. We already know this because cities across the country have tried it and failed. Under Ordinance 1565 and 1566, a person who loses their housing because rent is too high, an all too common reality in East Lansing, could be fined, arrested, or jailed simply for trying to survive outdoors during a Michigan winter. That is not public safety. That is cruelty repackaged as order. And it is constitutionally suspect. Even after the recent Supreme Court decision in Grants Pass versus Johnson, cities are not free to criminalize innocent, unavoidable behavior without limits. Michigan's Constitution offers broader protections than federal law. Sleeping is a biological necessity. Punishing people for it, especially when housing is unavailable, invites legal challenge and moral condemnation alike. This ordinance also relies on a dangerous myth, that homelessness persists because people refuse services. People cannot refuse housing services that do not exist. They cannot accept services that are underfunded, inaccessible, or tied to punishment. What this ordinance will do is push people further away from outreach workers, from medical care, from housing pathways, and deeper into a cycle of citations, fines, and incarceration that makes stability even harder to reach. It will burden law enforcement with a task they are not equipped to handle. It will increase costs to the city. It will erode trust, and it will place lives at risk by tearing people from the only shelter they have. What's most frustrating, what makes this so profoundly disappointing, is that we already know what works. Housing works, voluntary services work, prevention, affordability, and dignity work. Milwaukee reduced its unsheltered population by 70% by investing in housing and saved taxpayers money doing it. Gainesville closed a large encampment without a single arrest by housing people first. These are not ideals. These are proven outcomes. Ordinance 1565 and 1566 move East Lansing backward. It punishes poverty instead of addressing it. It treats visibility as the problem and people as the inconvenience. I urge you to reject these ordinances. Choose solutions that end homelessness, not policies that entrench it. Choose housing over handcuffs. Choose leadership over fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Armand.
My name is Patty Armand. I live in East Lansing, and my family and I moved here in August from Texas. And I have to be honest, there are many things that we love about living in East Lansing. And I think that this city has gotten many things right. But these ordinances, these camping bans are not right. They are wrong. It is clear from the comments tonight that many people here have several experiences and stories of helping the unhoused population. I hope you all have stories as well. I would like to tell one quick story about something that happened in October here in East Lansing that illustrates the lack of resources. I was in the East Lansing Public Library in an early afternoon, and there was a family of 5 with all of their things in the library. They were homeless. It was a mom and a dad and 3 children, all under 10 years old, and there was a baby. This family had nowhere to be. I spent the next 2 hours calling everyone I knew in East Lansing who would know about shelters, and we called every single shelter in the Lansing area, and the response was the same. There is no room. And this was October, before it got really cold. They had nowhere to go. You cannot criminalize people for having no place to go when there is no place to go. I want to live in a community that respects the dignity of every human being, and these ordinances do not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. John from South Lawn Avenue. I'm having a little trouble reading the last name. I'm sorry.
Good evening. Yeah, John Waller.
John Waller, okay.
Yes, from
Thank
South
you.
Lawn Avenue. Living in East Lansing now for about 20 years. I'm also a historian across the road, and I'm often asked what history tells us. What can we actually learn from the past? And my answer is this. History teaches us that we humans need to be very, very wary of ourselves, always aware of the strength of our urges to dehumanize and to withdraw pity from the most vulnerable. History is in fact a litany of the powerful and privileged callously maltreating the vulnerable, and attitudes towards the unhoused, as my colleague Nazita and others have pointed out, are of course just the latest chapter in this shameful history. We know that people routinely denigrate the unhoused. The homeless are invisible to many, while others make brutal, unconscious, immediate judgments about them. To repeat, history tells us this, that we must tread very, very carefully when the most exposed and defenseless are concerned. It's vital never to forget how dangerously easy it is for inhumanity to come to seem reasonable and rational. There's a profound moral reason that Nelson Mandela argued that a society should be judged by how it treats its most vulnerable, not its most successful. Please reconsider this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Hummer.
I'm a local resident and work at East Lansing at Michigan State University and would like to express my strong opposition to ordinances proposed in East Lansing, which bans camping in all public spaces. I'm also here to express absolute disgust for the comments East Lansing Police Chief has made regarding homeless minorities and her desire to villainize this community. I often hear of annoyances that minorities bring, and none of what has led to the current reality of the situation we are in. Barely 57 years ago, I-496, which destroyed 890 black-owned homes, demolishing businesses and churches, in which a large portion of never received anything to relocate with. Not to mention the toll this put on families, or specifically children. Next, it took City Council an entire year after that to no longer make East Lansing a segregated city, meaning that East Lansing has been segregated far longer than it has been desegregated. As someone has already brought up, this ordinance would echo life in East Lansing during segregation. Additionally, as I speak, local homeless shelters and emergency shelters are not only full, but have been proven to discriminate against Black, trans, and disabled individuals. Personally, as a trans man myself, who has experienced homelessness, these shelters often require individuals to halt the very treatment that saved my life to respect and protect the religious freedom of the shelters. Instead of addressing the causes that have resulted in our neighbors being on streets freezing, you will be further criminalizing human existence within public spaces. You will be creating another direct path for the prison industrial complex to profit off of people, which will eventually lead to more bodies experiencing the legalized slavery that is allowed within this state. that is profited off within this state. I can also not imagine the backlash this will have with local students once they realize what you are doing. There's a long history of students non-violently protesting involving camping, including protests that eventually led to the ending of segregation. Personally, I cannot imagine wanting an ordinance like this reflected on my permanent record. I strongly recommend working with local organizations to fix this ongoing housing crisis. But if you aren't going to be a part of the solution, at the very least, stop contributing to perpetuating the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose, please. Rose, single name.
Sorry. Greetings to the Honorable Council of East Lansing. I stand here today in clear and firm opposition to the proposed ordinance 1566, the number changed. This ordinance does nothing for the people who live in the city of East Lansing and will actively harm some of its residents. It's a lose-lose situation. You've already heard from a lot of people with varying levels of passion and direct connection to the communities that this ordinance impacts. This part of the job for a civil servant is often underappreciated due to a preconceived notion that city councils don't really do much for the cities that they're actually administrating. Sorry. One way in which this is a golden opportunity for this council is by doing nothing. That would be better than doing this thing of passing this ordinance. Who does this even benefit? Even taking the most charitable interpretation of the intentions of this ordinance, it's unlikely that it would impact visitors and housed neighbors in any way. The presented language of public camping conjures an image of someone setting up a hammock between two light posts and hunkering down during busy traffic. It's just not realistic. As someone who enjoys walking around city areas, I can appreciate the concern that goes towards ensuring that public areas remain available to the public. However, this type of activity is already disallowed. The only difference that this crackdown provides is stricter language on where displaced bodies are allowed to rest, and and a financial charge for the crime of having nowhere to go. The first offense outlined in this broad ordinance is a $25 to $100 fine, seemingly specifically targeted towards an audience of people who are unlikely to be able to afford it, just to say the least. Also, and I wrote this part kind of while I was out in the audience, but I wanted to address that there's been limited support for the ordinance, and I want us to take a moment and reflect on the types of people that we've seen talk in opposition versus in support. We heard from a landlord in the East Lansing area who was in support of this ordinance, and I ask, why might that be? What are the incentives that landlords have, and what are the incentives that people have? Does that landlord have an incentive to try to provide benefit to the people in the town that they own property in? Or do they have incentive to pass legislation that improves their property values? It's really not that difficult. Also, the logic doesn't make sense. There were comments about how there's lawless behavior being witnessed by the people that this ordinance is targeting. And my question to that is, what lawless behavior? If it's lawless behavior, that's already illegal. Did we win? Are drugs decriminalized? What happened? What are we doing? It's already illegal to do things that you don't want people to be doing in public spaces. All that this does is criminalize being homeless, being poor. If we want to remove our neighbors from the outside, we need to let them open doors and come inside. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivier Stroud. He spoke? Okay, thank you. Maximilian Huddeberry.
Hi. Hi, my name is Max. I'm a resident of Lansing, but I came here because ordinances that have been talked about already are so troubling that, like, I think the precedent they would set for the surrounding areas is extremely concerning if they get passed, and, you know, other city councils think that it's a good idea. But, you know, I think it's pretty awful that, you know, if this gets passed, somebody found camping in a public space twice could be charged with a misdemeanor and serve jail time. Although it's stated that police must try to help the unhoused people camping find a shelter or connect them with housing services before arresting them. And while this seems like it would protect homeless people, in reality it will not. Because there's only one homeless shelter in East Lansing, and it's strictly for families with children, and I'm going to tell you it's probably full. And also the services, you know, to help people get into housing, like getting kind of like income from the state, or, you know, trying to sign up to get in for a discounted housing program. These applications being processed take time. They take months. So while someone is waiting at their tent after being shown by an officer to these services, they apply, they go back to their tent, and they're waiting. What happens when they get found a second time and they go to jail, like when they were already doing everything they were supposed to be doing? I just think there needs to be more thought put into the logistics of this, like of how it will actually affect homeless people. Because you're public servants of them just as much as you are of people that have houses. And passing this amendment would effectively make anyone in the city with nowhere to live but the street a criminal. And it would offload the responsibility of housing your homeless citizens to the surrounding areas, because they're probably going to flee to not go to jail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anna Fisher.
Good evening. My name's Anna Fisher, Snyder Road. I'm happy to hear so many other social workers here tonight. I'm retired now, but I have a 32-year career as a clinical social worker. And as such, I would like to discuss the psychological defense mechanism of denial. With this ordinance before us tonight to criminalize homelessness, it appears that this city council is engaging in denial. You think that to render homeless people invisible will make the housing crisis go away, out of sight, out of mind. To deny this crisis will not make it go away. To actively engage in denial is unhealthy for good mental health. I don't know for a fact, but I would bet that there isn't one person on city council who has a friend or who knows a homeless person. And so that makes me question, what kinds of biases and stereotypes are you bringing to this ordinance? When the city of Lansing raised the Dietrich encampment on Christmas Day, they put 54 unhoused people in the Causeway Bay Hotel in Lansing without leaving any provisions for how they were going to get food. And so various people in the community have volunteered to take meals to the homeless people at Causeway Bay. I see some of my friends here tonight from there. And I would like to suggest to you all that you could perhaps provide a meal to the homeless people. Mike, who spoke earlier, who is on the board of Punks with Lunch, is organizing the meal train, and there are several nights remaining that still don't have any meals covered. So that might be a good idea. This ordinance smacks of NIMBYism. In my backyard, since for my whole 32-year career, I've had to work with the unhoused and help them try to find housing, and also through serving a meal at the Causeway Bay Hotel. I like homeless people. They're people. They're my friends. And so in my backyard, I just want to be on the record saying that I would like for there to be homeless people in my community. And before I close, I would just like to echo and support what Kath Edsel suggested, and that is the resignation of the police chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Honey.
Hello, Karen Honey. I'm a member of the Human Rights Commission, and I had a lot that I was going to read, but I feel that so many of my points have been covered so beautifully by so many people. So I want to bring up something that no one else has mentioned. At the December 9th City Council meeting, these ordinances were first introduced, and we were told, almost with pride, that this package of ordinances, which include the hiring of police officers and a number of other things, came out of the result of a committee that met 5 times. And this committee, while it was made up of directors of numerous East Lansing departments, I think 90% of which were white folks, did not include anybody from the Human Rights Commission, did not include anybody from the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission, did not include anybody, any of the experts that are here tonight that work with the homeless, that, that have reached out and offered their help. Nobody, and most egregiously, did not include a single member from the unhoused community. And they're the people that will be the most impacted by this. And so I think it's absolutely ridiculous to move forward with these ordinances tonight, because I don't think that they've been well researched and well studied by the people that should be talking about them. I think that, as so many people have said, criminalizing homelessness is not going to solve it. It's just going to, satisfy people that don't want to see homeless people. It was frustrating to me, and I'm so happy to hear someone from the Newman Lofts that represented a different viewpoint tonight. Thank you so much for that. That for about 5 months now, folks from the Black community, from the NAACP, white folks, we've been coming forward every single week talking about racist policing, talking about the inflammatory words of Jen Brown, and basically being ignored. Every once in a while, one of the council members will respond or act like they heard our comments. And yet one meeting, 7 or 8 or 10 people from the Newman Lofts came forward, people that chose to move downtown and retire downtown on the most crowded intersection in town, where all the bars are, where Al Fresco is, that came forward and complained. They complained about homeless people sitting on the benches and laying in the hammocks, and so much of what they said was just vilely racist and absolutely just really insulting. And the next meeting, y'all came back with these ordinances. So those were the folks that you chose to listen to. And yet these people that have been coming every single week for 5 months, no action has been taken on the things that we've been coming forward and talking about. And that just reeks of white privilege, and it shows whose voice is valued in this community, and that's really unacceptable. And I implore you to please listen to the voices of the people that have come forward and vote no tonight, and let's bring the voices of the people that need to be part of this conversation to the table and come up with a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Tally Ferris Highland.
Hi there, Tally Ferris Highland. I am an East Lansing resident and part of this community, and I believe we are a full community and we need to protect everyone that is here. So in that vein, I speak today to, number 1, urge you not to criminalize the unhoused by adopting Ordinance 1566, to maintain our current status as a sanctuary city, and to urge Chief Jen Brown to step down from her role as more community members lose faith in her ability to lead without bias. It's a hard time to exist in this world right now, but a caring community is what can hold us together. Please let us be that for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Atkinson.
My name is Natasha Atkinson. I am a East Lansing resident. I am a legislative director and the political action chair for the Lansing branch of the NAACP. Homelessness in East Lansing becoming more and more visible is, as Malcolm X said, your rooster's coming home to roost. When you spend decades fighting against affordable housing projects, failing to acknowledge unfair housing practices, your rooster crows. When you neglect budgeting for a shelter and create a farce of a committee with more folks from your parking department than social workers. In fact, no social workers or experts on homelessness were on that committee. East Lansing's rooster crows. Ordinances limiting rentals and quote-unquote loitering, your rooster is crowing so dang gone loud. So let's be clear and honest. East Lansing does not want to acknowledge the ugliness of unfair housing practices. That is very clear. But I'm here to talk about the double-edged sword of your vague ordinances. It leaves your community, your minority community, wondering, are they going to be safe? Am I free to hang out in your social district without being accused of criminally loitering? Is it okay for my daughter, my 20-year-old daughter, to hang out after hours with her friends? Will my son, riding his bicycle through a parking lot, be accused or harassed by police? Can I aimlessly reflect on a homily from St. John's Church downtown without being harassed? Can a stay-at-home mom take her littles outside to wear them out so they can rest easy at night without being harassed? If you truly want to address homelessness, you know what to do. It's not rocket science. The council needs to create a real task force, invite actual experts, instill evidence-based practices, acknowledge the lack of affordable housing, invest in additional shelter beds, and for God's sakes, vote no on these ordinances and fire Jen Brown.
Thank you. Chantel Spears.
Hello, I'm Chantel Spears, and I'm just here to echo some of the points that have been really eloquently made by some of these folks here. I am a resident of Lansing, and I'm a member of the Rent is Too Damn High, the homelessness union. And so I want to speak out against your ordinances that are criminalizing homelessness. So as a lot of people have said, it's not productive. It makes absolutely no sense. And it's obviously for the people who hate the homeless population, want to push them out. It's not to help anybody. So it's for the hateful, prejudicial folks in the community, and that's who it's for. So I'm going to implore you to invest in a solution that works: permanent housing, temporary housing. Permanent housing is more important because you actually have to have people permanently housed for them not to be homeless. And that's the root of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anuja Sudarshan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anuja Sudarshan, and I'm a Lansing resident and a former East Lansing resident. I'm here to urge you all to vote against ordinances 1565 and 1566. So first off, like I've heard a couple people talk about before, a brief reminder on the history of East Lansing. Again, it used to be considered a sundown town where people were in danger and lynched at night, and very, very few people could live if you were Black or brown until the 60s or 70s, and that was, again, due to advocates and students, especially like students who were like in the NAACP and other places. So, and this was also decades after Malcolm X lived here. It was, and it still is, the consequence of white flight from Lansing, and we need to remember this. So let's fast forward to now. These ordinances aim to criminalize homelessness, plain and simple. We refuse to see those without housing as human beings worthy of dignity, safety, and security. It bans camping and living in the outdoors on public land. So that we don't have to address our failures as a society. We don't have to address the fact that we rug sweep the housing crisis, and we don't have to face the grim reality that we would rather not think or interact or even just see our unhoused neighbors. It shows that we would rather let our neighbors die alone and in silence. These ordinances consist of punitive measures that further the cycles of poverty and homelessness rather than create support systems that lead to permanent housing. So research shows that these measures, such as direct paths to permanent housing, actually work. In fact, housing experts have literally been screaming at you today that the solution to housing crisis is permanent housing. They're in this room right now. Right now, and historically, housing has been severely unaffordable for most residents. And like Khadijah said, the average rent in the city of Lansing is $1,754. And this is completely out of reach for most folks, not just those who are even homeless, but most folks in East Lansing, period. And having pathways to so the solution is not criminalizing and finding those with the least amount of money and resources. It's having pathways to housing. The ordinance claims that an officer must take an effort to provide resources or social services. The issue then lies that there is only one shelter in the municipality of East Lansing, Haven House, which people have said to you earlier. Haven House is for families with children, and they are normally at capacity. I would know, I lived right next door to Haven House for 2 years. And so where do these unhoused folks go? Normally Lansing, which we already know has its own plethora of issues with the housing crisis. And this is a city with much less wealth and much more marginalized folks. And we also see this every time there's a crisis, like a Code Blue. And now you're trying to go further, a step further, to jail unhoused folks for existing. Incarceration disrupts not only lives, but it's costly, it's inhumane, and evidence shows that it just continues a vicious cycle of poverty and homelessness. These ordinances additionally puts the city in a probable legal battle with precedent to prohibit criminalizing homelessness that existed until recent court cases in 2024. Allowing folks to die or leave their few belongings to relocate is cruel and unusual, and it violates their Eighth Amendment rights as well as rights that Michigan has set, which are, again, much more strict. Those who are homeless are also way more likely to be survivors of domestic violence, those with disabilities, those who are queer and especially trans, and those who have dealt with generational poverty and are disproportionately Black or brown. Homelessness is a symptom of our community and our government failing these folks. It is not the moral failure of these individuals. Criminalizing homelessness sets dangerous and very likely unlawful precedent to other municipalities, and it will simply just kill our neighbors and faster at a higher rate in just ways we don't get to see on a public sphere. We have an awful history in East Lansing here, and we know that these policies further our racist history that have never left. They've just lurked around.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
And they might seem seemingly innocent, but they will displace those we find undesirable. So this is your chance to do better and shift our historical precedent, or at the very least, not do something that worsens it. The people of East Lansing all deserve better, and all of these ordinances make us all complicit in the inevitable murders of our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariana Brown.
Hey there. So I'm a Lansing resident, and I would just like to reiterate, in case you haven't heard it already, we don't like it when you push your problems onto us. You're supposed to be leading your community, not pushing the problems onto another community. We have our own problems, okay? So I don't know if you guys are interested in establishing an MOU, but we're gonna need some sort of compensation if instead of addressing homelessness, you just want us to deal with it, okay? So just keep that in mind. And I'd also just like to illustrate, like just to get it on the table, we're in a financial crisis right now.
Okay? The minimum wage doesn't line up with a minimum level of housing. People can work full-time, they can work as much as their body allows, and they can still not afford housing. We have to come up with answers. Now's the time to get creative, not just lock people up, send people away, say, oh, this is someone else's problem. It is not someone else's problem, this is your problem. It's gonna get worse, and you need to face it now. Thank you.
Thank you. William Lawrence.
Good evening, Council. William Lawrence, raised in East Lansing. I live in Lansing now. I'm a founder of the Rennes M High Group and the Mid-Michigan Tenant Resource Center. I'm here to speak on the topic of the camping and loitering ban. And first of all, I'm personally offended because loitering downtown was a favorite pastime of my friends and me when we were in middle and high school. So I'm a little concerned about that. But that is the very least of my concerns. I just want to ask, please do not do this. You know, I'm recalling a conversation I had last summer when I was supporting tenants at Sycamore Townhomes in Southwest Lansing, who are in the midst of a mass eviction of over 100 households. And I was speaking with the receiver of the property who was responsible for the eviction. And I pointed out to him that this was going to result in people becoming homeless. And he said, well, I understand. Nobody wants to see homeless people. And isn't that what it's all about? Is that nobody in polite society wants to see homeless people because it reminds us of the wealth inequality and the ethical and spiritual failings of our society, that it should be this way. But it's not so easy to heal because to actually provide good housing for everyone from where we are now is going to cost several $1 billion over the next 20 years for the Lansing area. And it all comes down to the money. I mean, I'm sure you would love to have people housed, but I'm sure you would love to have more services, but it's a budget item, right? And that's true for every other local municipality. So that would be hard to come by. It requires hard political work, it requires coalition building, it requires working from the local to the state and the federal level to get a fraction of that money. It might even require taxing those billionaires who are named in the Epstein files. So it would seem that East Lansing, following other cities, is leaning towards an easier solution, which is simply to make homelessness illegal, arrest them or chase them off so you don't have to see homeless people. So do not do this. Do not do this. See homeless people. Listen to homeless people. Work with homeless people. Work with other local governments. Work with housing providers. Work with your state legislators. Work with advocates. It's going to take all of us in this room working together and many more to actually deal with this if we want to live in a society worth its name. I was raised going to church here in East Lansing, and in church we were asked, what would Jesus do? And the answer in this case is very simple. He would sit with the poor. He would rub shoulders and hands with the sick. That's what it says. He did. So do not pass this ordinance, which only leads us all farther from godliness. Take the harder route of leadership to actually organize the resources to house and heal people. This is hard work. This is hard political work. This is what you got elected to do. Hard political work on behalf of humanity. So lead. Lead. This is the easiest path you could choose. This is the least creative and thoughtful path you could choose. Be remembered for leadership to actually tackle these human rights and economic injustice challenges of our time. Do not follow the poor example of other cities in this very sick and sad chapter in our nation's history that we're living through. This is you going with the current of a wave of dehumanization that is unfolding on a global scale, in which human life is being debased.
You have 30 seconds
That's all.
remaining.
Thank you. Carver.
Hi there, my name's Carver. I'm a flamboyantly bisexual homeless alcoholic. I travel a lot, but I'm currently sheltered with a friend of mine on the east side. Frequently volunteer with Punks with Lunch and the Rent is Too Damn High and the Homeless Union. I'm here to implore you, beg you to vote no on these camping bans. A camping ban does not solve homelessness. It only traps us in unstable conditions which perpetuate homelessness. By sweeping homeless people, we lose valuable possessions, medications, wheelchairs, legal documents, my dad's ashes. By arresting us, it also makes it more difficult to secure services to lead to becoming housed. By fining us, it makes it more challenging for us to afford food. I don't know what sense there is in fining people who have no money. The longer someone is homeless, the harder it is to focus on what we need to do to survive. 2 months or 2 years from now, we're focused on what we need to do to survive today. It can take weeks or months of being stable in a shelter before we feel safe that that shelter will not be ripped away from us. The more time a person has been failed by the system, the harder it is to trust that system, as well as any other attempts to help us. We might be skeptical or overwhelmed if we're approached by services. One of my biggest fears when I live outside is police. They might show up with a sandwich one day and an eviction notice the next. Arrest me and leave my belongings so that I can't survive when I do get out of jail. My shelter. The greater Lansing area does not have enough shelter beds to accommodate the unhoused population living in the area. Resources are limited and overburdened, resulting in any kind of assistance being overly complicated. It's challenging to access any kind of help. If I'm allowed in at all, especially City Rescue Mission, very discriminatory. I'm obviously queer, just look at me. I also have a dog, not allowed in shelters. Some people's schedules don't allow them to access shelters. That schedule might be because they actually have a job. 60% of homeless people do. Rather than criminalize people's attempts to survive, I ask the City of East Lansing to leave us alone. Make sure they have the waste disposal and harm reduction services that we might need. Increase funding to services to provide aid. We are your neighbors. We're part of your community. We volunteer. We work. We have families. We attend events, shows, spiritual services. We ride the bus system. We also vote. I stand in solidarity with all housing insecure people. Safe and stable shelter is a basic human right. And people keep mentioning that things cost more. On average, it costs taxpayers about 10 times more not to house a homeless person than it would to give them an entire house. But I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just asking you to do nothing. Like, it would cost $11,000 a year for rent, I think someone said. I looked it up. It's almost $50,000 a year to put someone in jail in this state of Michigan. 5 times higher. Just do nothing and you save so much tax money. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you. Owen Hardy.
Hi, my name is Owen Handy. I'm here to speak against the homelessness, anti-homeless ordinance. We've heard today from both academics and activists about different options that you have instead of doing this. And I would very much like it if you guys actually took that seriously and did something just different than this, because it really doesn't take a master's degree to figure out that a fine is not going to help the homeless people get a house or even feed themselves, all right? And if multiple violations result in people being incarcerated, that's going to make things even worse. I was in Ingham County Jail about 10 years ago. When I was there, if you weren't there on a felony, like I was, and this would be a misdemeanor, it was $50 a day to be housed there. None of our homeless people have that kind of money. Zero of them. It's why the repayment percentage on those fees was less than 5%. It's not going to help them. This ordinance is not going to help them. It's just going to be cruel to them. All right? Now, I don't know, I kind of doubt that any of you sitting as council members have ever been incarcerated in Ingham County Jail. It is absolutely torture. All right, we heard about 3 hots and a cot. What does that actually mean? The cot, depending on which wing you're in, is a metal slab or a concrete slab. Your mattress over that slab is about a 3-foot gym mat. The same with your pillow. All of the bedding is so hard that most of the people that live there for any amount of time end up with chronic migraines. All right? The food is terrible. They put some kind of sweetener, whether it's high fructose corn syrup or just straight sugar, into the water to make sure that you have enough calories for the day, because the meals are not adequate. And again, the quality is so bad that every single person, and when I was there, I believe there were about 800 people incarcerated. Every single one of those people had gastrointestinal issues, diarrhea, constantly. All right? The joke was, you eat that food for a little bit, you're going to have the dog shits. Because you sit on that toilet, and it smells like something like a dog shit underneath you. That's what you're signing people up for if you put them in jail for this. Okay? You ever eaten food so bad that it made your shit smell different? And God, I hope you don't pass this, all right? And to speak also on the chief of police situation, saying racist things to you, to convince you to let her keep her job, all right? There's a color line at Harrison. People talk about East Lansing it used to being a sundown town. Well, it moved from sundown to 3 a.m. because I've been pulled over in the car with my friends 3 times. Every single time the person driving was black. Every single time they just sat there. Oh, what you doing out here? It's pretty late. Why are you driving around? They didn't pull us over for anything other than the driver was black. So you end up with racially skewed arrest figures because your police are disproportionately pulling over black people. And I've been there for it. And I've been in jail to see how bad you're going to treat the homeless people when you decide to put them in jail. So just please don't do that. And please, find a police chief that isn't going to hear about racial inequality in arrest statistics and being like, well, we just got a lot of black people that show up and commit crimes. That's racist as fuck. All right?
Thank you. Nate Smedley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nate Smedley. I am a urban planning student at Michigan State University, and I would like to speak out on ordinances 1565 and 1566 in regards to the regulations on camping. What the Council is proposing in ordinances 1655 and 66 is not only blatantly inhumane, but unconstitutional, as mentioned in the ACLU report and previous speakers. These acts are treating unhoused people as they are unhoused people rather than, treating unhoused people as subhuman inconveniences rather than what they are, which is people, just like you or me. Children, they have moms and dads, they have brothers and sisters, they have kids of their own. I urge the Council that if you have it in your heart, oppose these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Farhan Omar.
Good evening, Farhan Omar. I want to share with you a quick audio. It's a video, but an audio of an incident that happened in Lansing during the cold times that we had. This happened at the CATA station, a place that the city of Lansing said was going to be a warming center. And so here is a video of 2 police officers with the Lansing Police Department and somebody who's unhoused in the city of Lansing.
I swear, I haven't did anything. I'm here because it's cold outside. I have nowhere to go. Nothing. I have nothing. I haven't did anything wrong. And this sergeant, he said, my nigga.
So they used excessive force against somebody who was unhoused. They kicked him. They put his face on the ground, put their knee on his neck, something that we saw in 2020 with George Floyd. This is what we're trying to avoid here in East Lansing. Because what you're saying is being homeless equals that you're a criminal. And you are forcing your police officers to go out there and arrest people simply because they are unhoused. You're going to have your police officers using the same force that they used against this innocent man. And what is that going to lead to? It's going to lead to your police officers violating people's constitutional rights. It's going to lead to them potentially using force, deadly force maybe, which is going to lead to what? Rioting, protesting, lawsuits. This is what people are coming out here telling you guys not to do this. Because it's going to cost a lot more paying out in lawsuits than it would to just leave people the hell alone. It's going to cost a lot more in lawsuits than it would to house people. You guys are so quick to come up with ways to punish people. I have yet to see one of you come up with a single solution when it comes to housing crisis in the city. Not one. We are so quick to put people away. Criminalizing somebody just because they don't have a house is like criminalizing people who don't have cars. It's stupid. We didn't send people to jail for not having cars. We invested in public transits. That is how you stop homelessness in this city. You house people. You find resources for them. You find ways to help them with their resume. Find ways to get their GED. Go back to college. You help people. That is your position as elected officials, is to help people. But what you are doing is literally harming people. I don't know how you can go to sleep at night knowing that you just voted yes to put people in jail just because they don't have a house, while your heat is set at 78. It's inhumane. It's literally a playbook from Donald Trump's. He signed an executive order criminalizing people for being homeless. You guys are taking his playbook and implementing it here in East Lansing. I don't give a damn about these business owners in this city that are uncomfortable with homeless people sleeping. Tell them to come over here and come up with a solution.
You have 30
Tell them
seconds
to come out here
remaining.
and come up with solutions. It's sickening. Anytime, I swear, you can't make this up. I keep saying to myself, there's no way this council can go any lower. And y'all just amaze me week after week after week. Y'all just find ways to just mess things up. It's amazing. Maybe it's time for us to re-elect or elect people who care about others in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hannon.
Hello, I am Heather Hannon, the Operations Director of the TRC. I am here to finish my Executive Director, Khadijah Erickson's comments. The Mid-Michigan Tenant Resource Center will be joining the growing list of organizations who plan to challenge any version of this ordinance. It's, as many of my other constituents have said, it's going to get more and more expensive. There are limits to control that a city can exercise over its residents, and this is just not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcos Garcia.
Hello, my name is Marcos Garcia. I grew up in Lansing, and I currently go to Michigan State University, so I live in East Lansing. And I have, so I have 3 older sisters, and our father is an Afro-Cuban immigrant. And growing up, we faced eviction twice. And we came extremely close to homelessness. And now, as I work with these communities, through my position as an intern with the Tenant Resource Center, as other people had come before, I see the way that they are treated and the way that they are tossed out and discarded as subhuman. And it is inhumane. What the psychologist Susan Fisk had done a study, and it was on the stereotype content model. And in it, she ranks people's perceptions about others on a gauge of warmth and competence. The poor, the unhoused, are seen as both low in warmth and competence, as some of the most underappreciated people in society. What this is doing is essentially when you're a child and your parents tell you to clean up your room and you shove everything underneath the carpet, hoping that they won't notice, or everything underneath your bed and think that everything's going to be okay. By shoving this all to Lansing, this fixes nothing. This does not go to the root cause of what is creating homelessness. It does not create a solution. It does not add more housing options for the unhoused. It does not create more shelters for the unhoused. It does not support the community that you all were elected to support. The sociologist Matthew Desmond wrote in Poverty by America that choice is the antidote for exploitation. It is also the antidote for poverty, for homelessness, and for many of our social ills. By approving these ordinances, you all would be directly removing any more choice that the unhoused already lack. You would be explicitly creating a situation, a city, where the unhoused are completely unwelcome. And as a student and as a resident of East Lansing, this is not what I stand for. This is not what I want you all to do. And it would be deeply, deeply concerning if you all believe that the unhoused, that people should be prosecuted for existing, for living their lives, for falling on hard times. Everybody does it. Everybody has hard times, and what you all are doing now is punishing them for it rather than helping them. It is not doing your job. and it is not being human. It is evil, and I know that you all can do better, and I really, really believe that. Thank you.
Thank you. Reed Paparonstantanon.
Hello, Council. I'm just going to keep it short because this is fucking disgusting, and you should all be appalled for even fucking considering this motion. I'm an urban planning student at MSU, and I would love to work for this city because I love this city, but with this ordinance, I'd be fucking disgusted to work for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. These are all the slips that I have. Are there any other audience members who would like to address the council? Seeing none, are there any callers?
There are 5 callers on the line.
Okay.
Caller with the last name Torak, you are now free to address the council.
Hi, thank you. This is Tajmika. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Tajmika Torak, and I'm here in opposition of Ordinance 1560. I'm also in support of the calls for Chief Jen Brown to resign or be removed by members of council and for the expansion of the East Lansing Independent Oversight Commission's powers. Tonight, as a survivor activist working to end child sexual abuse and as a survivor myself, I'd like to speak to how this ordinance makes children more vulnerable to violence, harm, and abuse while also having a generational impact on the health and well-being of this community. The reasons that people find themselves unhoused are complicated, but the data tells us that it often starts with adverse childhood experiences. Aging out of foster care, the impact of youth incarceration, LGBTQ youth who are not welcome or who are exploited or abused at home, so they run away. And now the federal government is only adding to the precarity through ICE raids, unlawful detentions and deportations, and the attempt to reintroduce civil commitment. All of which your ordinance will make an easy target of children and unhoused people, your citizens, trying to exist and survive in East Lansing. Youth homelessness is on the rise in Michigan. There are 34,000 kids in Michigan schools who are homeless. 4,800 are unaccompanied, meaning they don't have the care or support of a responsible adult. Of the 1,000 children unhoused in Ingham County, the majority are Black or Hispanic children. 17% are unaccompanied and 25% are special education students. Being unhoused increases chronic absenteeism and lower graduation rates, which makes them 4.5 times more likely to experience homelessness in the future. Ordinance 1560 will only compound their vulnerability. When a city doesn't give people affordable places to live, when they have no agency over where they live, they will have a harder time escaping domestic or intimate partner violence, child sexual abuse, labor trafficking, or survival sex work. These kinds of ordinances have also been connected to a rise in violence against homeless people by members of the public, and most concerning, at the hands of the police. Between 2020 and 2022, there were acts of violence against unhoused people in 24 states. Of the 53.3% of non-fatal beatings survived by unhoused people in our state, 37.5% were perpetuated by the police. You already have a police chief who, instead of taking responsibility for Officer Lyons' violation of ELPD's use of force policy, she hid evidence and misled the public. Instead of working towards the commitments the city of East Lansing made to pursue racial equity, she blamed minorities for the disparity, the racism, and the policing within the department that she leads. When you consider the ways that you have limited the powers of the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission, I wonder, who will determine when an officer like Andrew Lyon chooses to use pepper spray, a fine, or 30 days in jail, instead of making an effort to help a community member find resources that don't actually exist? Ordinance 1560 is a trap that will make children, youth, and unhoused adults more vulnerable and less safe for generations. That's what institutional neglect, criminalization, and trauma does. It displaces, disrupts, dysregulates, and perpetuates adverse childhood experiences and literally every existing systemic issue leaders claim to want to eradicate. If you adopt this or any policy that criminalizes unhoused people, you are making a commitment to a future where homelessness still exists. Listen to the unhoused people in your community. Value the great pains they have taken to be here tonight, and honor their lived experiences with collaborations. Learn from the housing advocates and act on their guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the last name Kwan, you are now free to address the council.
Yes, hello. Could somebody confirm if they can hear me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sadan Kwan, and I am a resident of East Lansing. Thank you for offering this online option for public comments. I would like to speak about a separate public safety topic that is now at crisis levels that I believe affects or could affect many of us here. And I want to propose a simple fix that might create a structure where our city is set up to actually protect us, its residents. As will become clear here, this proposal is not about changing values or taking sides or about personalities. It's about a system that will give our officers and residents clarity when facing certain chaotic, dangerous situations. That will be clear soon. So first of all, thank you for including my written proposal in tonight's agenda packet. It's there for anybody who wants to reference the full ideas. If you read this, you can see that this is a very modest proposal that could be adopted by the city if it wants to within 30 or 60 days at little cost to the city, and that if adopted will meaningfully protect our citizens and city employees. What is it? Well, it recommends that East Lansing adopt a formal verification protocol for responding to 911 calls reporting concerns about unmarked or unidentified enforcement activity. In response to current events around the nation that have been in the news, just yesterday, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel urged local law enforcement agencies to review their policies governing interactions with federal authorities, warning that unclear roles can create real safety risks and liability exposure for cities. That is exactly the kind of ambiguity this very simple and doable proposal addresses. So when residents see armed individuals whose authority or affiliation is not clear, they often will do the reasonable thing, which is they call 911. Officers then arrive at an ambiguous scene. Is this federal activity? Criminal activity? What authority do these individuals have? Even if they are real, are these officers violating the law? What is the officer's liability if they act or don't act? By those officers, I mean our local officers who arrive at the scene of that. We've already seen this locally. Last fall, residents in Meridian Township reported unfamiliar armed individuals. Police verified who they were. Assistant Chief Crane in Meridian Township later said that was exactly the right response. The public saw something out of place, they called, and the police verified there in Meridian. But that outcome depended on good judgment in the moment. So I am proposing a protocol or standard operating procedure, I think as is known in the police circles, that ensures this works the same way every time. And my proposal is not something I invented. This is something modeled on something that Evanston, Illinois, a peer Big Ten city with a population actually similar to East Lansing's, even though it's, as you know, probably a part of the mega urban city of Chicago. They adopted this same approach last October when the surrounding Chicago area was subject to a wave of federal law enforcement activity that had created a lot of concern and uncertainty. It's straightforward and is now reality tested. It's been in place since October. There have been no problems. And what happens, and what I would like to see East Lansing do, is a supervisor responds, verifies credentials, and documents the encounter. Verification, not obstruction. And most importantly, it's a supervisor, not just a regular agent. This will support officers with clear procedures, protect residents from impersonators, potentially restrains rogue officials from misbehaving in the presence of local authorities, and reduces liability by replacing ad hoc judgment with a consistent documented response in such crisis situations. Just the way it has other protocols to deal with other unlikely emergencies, East Lansing can and should act proactively here before it's too late and a crisis forces a reactive response, leads possibly to a resident getting
You
hurt.
have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Leads to a resident getting hurt or leads to the city being sued. I urge the council to move forward with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the phone number ending in 902, you are now free to address the council.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dana Watson. I have been a resident of East Lansing for over 20 years. I've served my community as well, and I'm calling regarding the consent agenda items 3.7 and 3.8. Thankfully, a lot of people have made similar points to what I was going to make. So what I want to, I also want to say who's speaking right now, if you see me, is a Black cisgender woman. I have a hat on my head, I have a thin hoodie on, and sweats, and a laptop in front of me. So I want to walk everybody back before the city manager introduced this group of people, because I doubt the coincidence and the timing of tasking a cop chief to be the brains of an ordinance that's not evidence-based, it's not best practice, and it's not humane. The city manager knows just a few months before this group was created and announced that I had discussed our unhoused community with our Human Rights Commission. At that time, I was council liaison. They were appropriate thought partners, but like other circumstances, he leapt into action outside of my council presence and outside of the Human Rights Commission. So you can't top think and ordinance your way in alliance with unchecked biases of certain council people. So we're seeing you want to criminalize people for existing in your community. Yet your city income taxes do not just come from city residents. They come from non-residents as well. And those dollars go into public safety. So we deserve a say and we deserve our voices to be heard, where we generally join together, like I do in public health in my day job with other thought partners on addressing and supporting people who do not have a place to call home. The city of East Lansing has a board seat on our Ingham Continuum of Care, yet they were not representative in this conversation about these ordinances. Ingham County is the representation, that's their chair. So I want to talk about the human body. When I have to piss, when you have to crap, when you have to barf, when you have to change a feminine hygiene item, where can you go in this city if you're not a paying person? So you want to push people out and then tell me, how does your human body work when you have to take a leak and you don't have anywhere to take a leak because the businesses don't allow you to come in and take a leak, and because the city doesn't provide you with any other outside opportunity to take a leak, barf, anything the body has to do, the human body. We've already talked about salaries. People made points on salaries and billable services. I want to uplift the choice that the council made to pay more to the new city attorneys who will also be billing us for all of these services with these ordinances, and make it make sense. So we want to charge unhoused people. We want to give them bills at what address, I don't know. They are unhoused. And then our city attorney gets to submit bills for over $200 an hour. I hope you guys have a good, unbiased system for first contact and second contact with the people you are gunning for in these ordinances. So you tell your cops to keep their cameras on and document well, or it's getting thrown out. And then watch how hard, we always talk about show it for the cops, watch how hard they work. I was at a warming center a couple weekends ago. You all were invited to a warming center. How about you spend some time outside only for 3 hours? How about you spend it outside? Or how about you visit a warming center? How about you lay your head on a table and tell me how great that was for you to sleep that night and how much sleep you got, because that's what's offered in our community, and mostly in the city of Lansing community, which this is an Ingham County thing to address, not city of Lansing. So I just want to say I am also on the board for the Tenant Resource Center. We have an executive director. Her name is Khadijah. She has come in before. Please learn her name. Say her name. It is Khadijah.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
And lastly, I'm reading the definition. White supremacy and narcissism share certain psychological and behavioral parallels that can be analyzed in the context of social hierarchies and personal interactions. White supremacy is an ideology that holds white people and their associated cultural norms to be superior to those of color and other racial groups. The belief system is fundamentally rooted in notions of dominance, exclusivity, and entitlement, which are also core characteristics of narcissistic personality disorder.
Thank you for your
Narcissism-
comments. Your time has expired. Can we go to the next caller, please?
Caller with your phone number ending in 954, you are now free to address the council. Caller with your phone number.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Nicole Kiway Biber. I live in East Lansing. Yeah, thanks so much to all the East Lansing residents and visitors who've spoken tonight against this so-called anti-camping ordinance. It's anti-human, anti-people who are just trying to live the best they can in circumstances that, prove our society is broken. Thank you so much to everyone for speaking from the heart, for sharing stories. I'd like to share one about my own father. He walked on in 2012, but most of his life he was an unhoused person. Everyone knew him as Turtle. Actually, Turtle Bar now because he's walked on. But he would keep up gas stations, to get a few dollars. He mostly liked to hang out by the river. He'd actually kind of catch turtles here and there and spend some time with them. And everyone really liked him. I'd see him here and there. He'd come visit us. This is in Grand Rapids. And as time goes on, his health deteriorated. And a large part of it was because he'd get picked up by police. And he wasn't one to mince words, He'd call out the cruelty. And they beat him for it. By the end of his life, he couldn't walk from all those beatings. Keep him in solitary, this or that. And I'll let you know, he was never mean to anyone. But he didn't want anyone to be that way to him either. So, just to say that all the stories you heard tonight, and that of my own father, these are people. And when I see some of the cruelty and different comments of people who think this is something that has to happen, is get them out of here. And you even considering this ordinance, how lazy, how smug to think that this is like you're being the purveyors of reason or common sense or rationality. Being blind to humanity, including your own. There's, I know they'd probably prefer just being courted by developers and kind of have that be what the job is. Even though developers go back on their word to create affordable housing, really they just want to roll parents of MSU students to pay as much as possible. But, too bad if that's what you prefer. Then don't run for office when there's real world problems that can be solved. They can, if your priority is in service to everyone. At a show in Detroit recently for Joshua Johnson. He's an excellent comedian. It's a flowers tour, and beforehand they give flowers to people, and great show afterwards. My husband and I were walking back to our car, and there were these two men, and you could tell they were unhoused. Little guy, and someone, they complimented our look. We were dressed up, and I was like, "Oh, thank you so much." And part of me was like, "Oh, I want to give you this flower." And he was such a lovely person, and so glad to receive that, and not as glad as I was that I gave that to him, and it's like that like teaches you that you need to learn that you can interact with people, but you need to be a person first who knows that they're just as much of a person as you are, just as worthy of conversation and interaction and look in the eye. Not that hard.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
So don't do this cruel, lazy thing. Do a good job. Do your job. Listen to the people who've spoken tonight. They've got the right idea. Good.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller with your phone number ending in 179, you are now free to address the council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Council. This is Adam DeLay. I appreciate you taking the time to accept public comment this evening. Obviously, like most others, I'm commenting this evening about this proposed ordinance and to voice my opposition to it. And first, let me kind of explain what's wrong with this ordinance and then also what I think are some alternatives you can consider. First, I think the big problem with this ordinance, and this has been touched on, is you are inviting the opportunity for something terrible to happen. May not be the first week of the ordinance, the first month, the first year, but when you invite the opportunity for there to be conflict between law enforcement and unhoused individuals, some of which are grappling with mental health issues, it isn't very difficult, given the city's history, to draw the line between what this ordinance will start as and where it will end up. You are going to be putting officers who, as we've seen, operate under the mentality that if you're not getting sued, you're not doing your job. And putting them into a position where they are now going to have to arrest individuals, more than likely, because they are unhoused. And that will eventually lead to litigation. As a council, you've already found yourselves at least 1, perhaps 2 hours from what I've seen, in closed session discussing the federal lawsuit you have, which I suspect will eventually be what amount of settlement do we want to pay. And so what this ordinance will do is just copy that, or just create more opportunities for something like that to happen, not to mention the fact that it's going to involve, likely a unhoused individual with mental health issues to have violence forced upon them. So just that right there should tell you this is not the way to handle this situation. And sort of the brush off, which is, well, we say we're going to refer them to resources. People say that, and whenever they say that, usually they don't know what resources are out there or how they operate or don't operate. And so, you've had people who have stayed in these shelters tell you about the issues of these shelters. You have had people tell you their experiences of these shelters being full. I can speak to my perspective as someone who's worked for the Department of Health and Human Services for over 6 years, and before that has worked in multiple capacities dealing with the unhoused. And if our social safety net worked a third as well as the average person thinks it may, I would be over the moon. But it does not. And to simply say, well, we will refer them to these resources, most people who are in this situation either do not have the experience or the faculties to be able to navigate that themselves. I can tell you that most people don't even know where to start or what's out there. How could we connect them with those resources? Well, right now, the city has been sitting on a vacant piece of land for the Evergreen property, Part C, Building C. And why hasn't that affordable housing been built? Well, because PK has told you, the issue is that we can't get the MSHDA tax credit. Oh, if only we could find a way to make that more desirable. you have not one but two large-scale apartment complex proposals by developers in the city that are telling you that if you remove the ordinance that has prohibited development in the city of Lansing city of East Lansing for a decade, minus the Newman laws, which I would not consider one development in a decade to be progress, that they are willing to do a payment in lieu program that could raise millions of dollars that could then be put into a fund to allow either grants for housing for these individuals, but the very proposal for Building C, which is 103 units of affordable housing, where they talk about partnering with charities to do things like wraparound services. You could then have our city social workers go in there. You could have them do things like apply
You have
for
30 seconds remaining.
Social Security disability. You could have them. There's a plan out there. But we hear council members say, no, we don't like that idea, without really any description as to why. So there is a solution. If you're saying, well, what is the solution? There it is. And the last thing I will say is, if you are planning to speak here as a member of council and not give us any indication how you are going to vote on this or your thoughts, and just simply say, man, we really appreciate all the public comment and we're thinking about this and we're looking on it, please spare us all.
Thank you
That is
for your
just
comments. Your
political
time
double
has
talk.
expired. That concludes communications from the
Mayor Altman,
audience.
we
Yes.
have one more caller
One
on
more
the line.
caller?
Yes.
Okay.
Caller with the last name Pope, you are now free to address the council.
My name is Harold Pope. I'm the president of the NAACP Lansing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The NAACP Lansing stands against the injustice of Ordinance 1566. We stand in opposition to this ordinance proposed by Chief Brown. The community has spoken. The city of East Lansing must stand in the gap for those community members that are less fortunate. Do better and find a solution that is not cruel or unusual. I have full confidence that the City Council of East Lansing will find compassion and vote this proposal down. Lastly, we continue to demand the resignation of Chief Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. That now concludes public comment. We are going to take a 10-minute recess? 5? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene at that point. we're back in session. Next item on our agenda is communications from the mayor and council members. Councilmember Singh.
Sure. I just want to briefly cover, or at least throw a couple additional pieces into the discussion from some of the issues that were brought up by public comment this evening. One is just the city has approved an affordable housing development, 103 units. I think it's called Building C, and they have applied for MISHDA grants 3 times and been rejected. They're going for a 4th application. Eli Info did an update on this back in the fall. And we had them present in front of us too as an update. So that was part of the graduate, that development was part of the affordable housing element. So I just want to mention that. I think the city manager is going to cover a couple of other items. I do, and someone I think just sent in an email mentioning the convening the city staff did with housing advocates and the unhoused community. I believe they did 2 sessions. I can't remember if there was 3. Well, unhoused organizations that provide services and supports. It's a team sport. Okay, thank you. So that was a beginning discussion, and I just want to mention that there was convenings. I know I was able to attend one, and I thought it was a healthy conversation, and I think a good starting point. So outside of that, I also, we've been challenged this evening by several speakers about being creative and to do our jobs, and I want to reference an ongoing discussion that we've had at council regarding our diverse housing ordinance. And just look back, if you look at what we covered last fall, I believe it was in September, we had a discussion-only meeting on reframing or looking at additional options of what that diverse housing ordinance could look like. That was a discussion-only meeting. We had it on the business agenda, October 21st. At that agenda, we voted 4-1 to have city staff work with the Planning Commission to come back to us with a recommendation. Now, part of that recommendation talks about a fee in lieu program, similar, not just a 25% allocation towards affordable housing, but this would provide potentially a fee in lieu consideration that may offer additional flexibility. It may also open up additional land mass for us to consider in terms of where these developments could take place. The idea is, how can we be more creative? And I keep looking at the 2 faculty members saying, hey, we're welcome to additional ideas. I mean, we don't want to take forever, because I just mentioned it's been over 6 months. We've been considering this. It's something I've requested to the mayor and city manager to put on a business agenda here in February. We were hoping it was going to be tonight, but unfortunately staff wasn't prepared to bring it in front of us tonight. I hope at the February 17th, regardless whether it's ready or not, we have a discussion again to talk about how we can get more creative and where we can be flexible in providing more housing options here in the city. So wanted to reflect a bit on that as we move forward, and I'll kick it back over to my council members.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. It's always hard to follow you because you kind of really lay out some things that I'm thinking. I just want to say thank you to the audience members for coming in and giving such powerful testimony to, for me personally, is an easy decision. You just really affirmed a lot of where I'm at and where I will be probably as we get to things down the road. You know, for me, again, it's not a hard decision. But what is hard is finding the answers, looking at the root causes, and coming up with ways to address these things, but also at the same time have a process. And so, as I've said before in some previous council meetings, I'm talking with a lot of people in the community, looking for some of those answers, looking for some of those collaborative relationships. I've had a couple organizations that spoke tonight. We've had some in-depth conversations about what that looks like. I'm glad there's some people here with an academic background. I could use your conversations and thoughts. I know you know about a lot of different things around the country that people are trying to get done. We may not have the resources right now, but when we do, I would love to be able to be locked and loaded and ready to start implementing those things as opposed to waiting down the road and then start doing those things. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm a dreamer in some ways when it comes to some of these different things about where I like to be. And so that's what I'll say to that particular issue based on what a majority of you people have said tonight in regards to a very important issue. Secondly, I want to address some other things when it comes to our public safety and the process of where we're at and what we're trying to get done as a council person, working with so many different moving parts. I really want to address, when we are in a situation, whether we're acting on issues raised by the community, our Independent Police Oversight Commission and all the other commissions, the Human Rights Commission, some of these different things that you so desperately want us to do something about. I understand, the perception that, we are in a situation where you hear us talk about some things in a limited way and we make decisions based off that limited conversation, but it goes way deeper than that. It takes a lot of time and energy to really figure out how to have a process and get things done in a way that's meaningful for long-term results and getting things accomplished. So much of the work, the issues that happens, really happens in between these meetings. And there's a significant amount of time that all of us put into to do the best at our ability to get things done. And I don't claim to say that, we're going to do everything right or we have all the answers and solutions to the things that are so important to the community and the situation that we're in as representatives of the community. But I just want to say plainly, we chose to be here. We chose to be in a situation to be challenged and to figure things out. And in a lot of ways, some of these things that we are trying to figure out, we're not the experts in. And some of our backgrounds do match up to some of the different issues that we are dealing with, but there's a lot more resources out there. I think together we can find solutions too. And so I just want to bring you back to that. I know a lot of people that spoke today and that spoke before. It's tough coming in here, hearing everyone talk, and then here we are at 10 o'clock, and we're just doing council comments right now. And so people got to get home, people got to get going. And so a lot of times people don't really understand kind of really where we're at with certain things. In reference to that, last night I was at my first meeting as a liaison on the Human Rights Commission. And what stood out to me outside the frustration and how people were visibly upset, it was not something that I felt like was a great process in order to get something done. And I really think that, and I say this respectfully, I really think if you're about the issues and you're about getting something done and you're talking about long-term results and you're talking about being a part of the solution, then it really starts with having the collaborative mindset in working with people that are opposed to where you're at in the situations that you're in. And that takes a lot of work. And so when I was at this meeting last night, I was in a situation where, there was a lot of assumptions about what we're doing, what we're not doing, and what we need to be doing, and all these different things. And it was very uncomfortable. And I don't mind being uncomfortable. That's really part of what the work takes, being uncomfortable. But it also takes, again, a mindset that you really want to get to the bottom of things, and you really are seeking a process and a relationship with people that are in this battle with you, whether you're on one side or the other. And so I just really wanted to speak to that. I had it, in my mind. I was going to say a lot more eloquently than that, and talk about that in that ways. But I just really want to let you guys know, the public know, that, we're working hard, and we're working hard to get things done. And when you are coming to us for leadership and clarification and answers, a lot of these issues I sleep with and think about all the time, and I'm looking for answers to be able to address that in the best of my ability. And so I just really wanted to say that, and let you know, at least from my perspective, how important it is to me to get these things right. As I said before, my number is very public. I got 2-3 numbers out there that you can just easily find on the internet. You got my websites there. I got, there's no excuse for you to say that you can't get a hold of me. A lot of times I like to just kind of shut up and listen when I'm talking to people in the community, so I can kind of really get a feel for your perspective, so I can get better qualified around the issues that you see and the way that you see they should be done. So I just wanted to say that. And I apologize for going on. I know it's going to be a long night here, but I wanted to also speak to a very great experience that I had with the Department of Public Works. As you know, we've had some serious, severe weather issues, and, we have needs in the city in order for our city to keep running. And, we talking about sub-zero temperatures, we're talking about tons of snow, we're talking about maintenance and all these different things. And the Department of Public Works, I believe, is one of the powerful entities in the city that really keep us afloat. Without them doing half the things they're doing, I think we'd be in a total shutdown in relation to getting those things accomplished as far as our quality of life. So, I just want to kind of highlight a couple different departments: the sanitation and recycling, the sewer maintenance department, the downtown maintenance department, the meter reading department, and the road plowing, which we kind of all think about when you think about Department of Public Works and just kind of the plowing. But there's so much more to that. But those guys and gals are great parts of it. So the road plowing, salting, and briny department, the sidewalk, downtown parking lot, parking deck, facility department, I believe is what it is. I mean, it was all these different departments. The water main breaks that we had, that, I think there was 5 or 6 of them. They were working all night and day to get those water mains right. And they put in a lot of time in behalf of really being the unseen heroes in our city. And I just thought that was really important for me to kind of bring them up. Just a couple more. We have the fleet department, and I can go into all these different things that I learned about because I went down there and just met everyone and had a conversation and looked those guys in the eye and just thanked them for their work. And then also their administrative staff. And so there's just a couple different names I want to list off. The leadership team here, real quickly, we have the intern who's the operation administrator, Orlando Chappell. We got our operations supervisor, Homer Allen, fleet supervisor, Marcus Grosshans, I believe, street division lead, Jeff Rutman, street division acting lead, Nick Sadaro, parks division lead, Derek Dale, water division lead, Kevin Farmer, sewer division lead, Scott Dunn, sewer division acting lead, Adam by Leah, I believe it. What's that? Billier. Thank you. Sanitation lead Chris Smith. Sanitation acting lead John Ortiz. Fleet division lead Corey Kaufman. Senior meter shop technician, and that's important too. I learned that. Wes Clay, and administrative services coordinator Brad Phillips. I met these people, and it was just phenomenal. Got a chance to walk around, see all the equipment, see all the specialties that they have, the skill sets and the qualifications they have to do and make things right. And I want to also say thank you for having me come by there and leading a great team. I think 85 of your guys you got down there and gals, somewhere around there. So I want to thank Director of Public Works and Environmental Services Director Ronald Lacasse. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Meadows.
Well, I want to echo a couple of things. One, as I've said before, this microphone is for people in our community or come into our community to address issues that are facing the city council and provide us their advice with regard to how we should proceed. Nobody on council, to my memory, has ever ignored the things that are stated to us. Ultimately, we may make decisions that don't really reflect some of the comments that are made, but often they result in changes in the way that we address things. I want to note a couple of things. One, some of the communication that we received recently related to Ordinance 1560, which we had abandoned. And we abandoned it largely because of the way it described loitering and seemed to us to be overbroad in the way that it addressed some of the issues that we were seeing in the downtown. We replaced it with these two ordinances to be introduced, not voted on, this evening. So for those who think they were on our agenda so that we would take action on them, they're not. And they would be if they are introduced. They would consider, and we would consider, all of the comments that were made tonight, largely which addressed, I think, criminalization as stated in these ordinances. And I want you to know that I've taken specific note of that if I am going to address these ordinances in the future. There were a couple of things said by people at the microphone that I just want to relate to. One was the lack of resources in East Lansing to deal with homeless problem, and that is absolutely correct. That we have limited resources to do it. I think that's pretty obvious to anybody who's actually looked at this issue. Where are people supposed to go? We don't have a particular answer for that. You're right, we deal with families, homeless families in the city of East Lansing and have for years and years. I'll say one thing that I heard today that I think is a good thing, which is that the property across from Haven House apparently has been donated to Haven House for an expansion to provide more opportunities within our community for homeless families to be housed. Somebody talked about us fighting affordable housing. We have not. We've actually enacted ordinances which encourage it. We've worked with the Capital Area Housing Partnership to establish affordable housing within the community. The Bailey Community Center, or the Bailey Community Center is now a low to moderate income housing project. I'm not aware of unfair housing ordinances. I'm sure that there are people who feel when they get a ticket for something related to a housing that it's unfair, but I don't think our ordinances are that way. And I want to mention something that we adopted when we adopted and we've been slow to implement, I might add. We adopted in August an update to our master plan in the city of East Lansing. Implementation activity number 6 is to utilize and update as needed a plan for unhoused community members. So we have it on our agenda to work on this. And implementation activity 7 is to identify, create, or expand the breadth and depth of housing incentives for attainable housing within our community. And so we haven't forgotten about this. We may not have been that good in actually implementing these things, but they're not things that we're not going to be working on. And I wanted to make sure that our community knows that. So thank you again for your comments this evening. I think they were very powerful. They were very passionate. And I appreciate you coming to the microphone and telling us these things.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
I have two things. The first of all, I want to applaud everyone that is involved as part of the solution to people having challenges. And once you get to know people's names, once you know their names are Alex and Andre and David, and Tyrone and all the people, once you have a name and you have a set of eyes, it changes the argument, right? So I really applaud, including my family, being part of the solution, providing meals, providing rides, providing shoes, really reaching out to people. We also want free access for everyone in our community. Lastly, as a part of the Transportation Commission, we were presented the other night the Traffic Calming Action Plan that was written by Stephen Clayton and Ronald Lacoste and his staff. That was in response to making it more accessible to the public. When you have a concern in a neighborhood of a stop sign or a roundabout or something, that new updated traffic calming action plan that's being proposed is a great response to that. I really appreciate the responsiveness of that staff. That's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager's report, Mr. Bellman.
A couple items. So first of all, I want to echo the recognition of DPW Environmental Services staff for their efforts in clearing and maintaining safe streets, sidewalks, and parking lots during this unusual winter season, especially during the past 2.5 weeks. And more importantly, for repairing the multiple water main breaks that we saw during those low temperatures. Second item is I want to provide a special recognition and thanks to Elaine Hardy, Justin DeWicki, and the staff here at Hannah Community Center, and Chrissy Vasquez Garrett and the staff at the East Lansing Public Library for helping to provide warming centers and accommodations to our unhoused during the extreme cold. Elaine worked with Quality Inn and Suites to shelter intermittently approximately 33 individuals over a 10-day period at a cost of approximately $7,200. City staff will be evaluating this emergency shelter program to make improvements and create a response plan when City of East Lansing activates Code Blue due to inclement weather. Third, thanks staff and the court administrator, Nicole Evans, for presenting information to the Financial Health Review Committee last Thursday on their department budget, staffing, operations, revenue and cost containment opportunities. The January 29th meeting was recorded and uploaded to the city's website. It's really an excellent budget primer for anybody who wants to take the time because it'll be a lot of the same information shared as we prepare the FY27 budget. And then my next comment and last is the City Council received a letter dated January 30th, 2026 from the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness, American Civil Liberties Union of Michigan, and the National Homelessness Law Center expressing concerns with amendments to camping and loitering ordinances. There have been changes to the original ordinances, as Councilmember Meadows stated earlier, presented in December. Tonight, City Council is being asked to introduce the new ordinances, which is 1565, 3.7 on the agenda, and 1566, 3.8 on the consent. I would like to recommend to the City that the city be myself, City Attorney Jopik, and City Council representatives meet with representatives of the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness, the ACLU, and the National Homeless Law Center to discuss the revised ordinance, understand their concerns, and discuss options prior to the February 17th City Council meeting where you may consider possibly adopting those ordinances. So based on a lot of the feedback we received tonight, I think there's opportunity to sit down, learn a little more, and make sure our ordinances are responsive to those concerns.
Thank you. So we should have city council representation at that meeting, I believe.
I would recommend that, yes.
And I would like to ask the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Singh if they would be willing to represent the city at that meeting. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Singh?
Yeah, I've also signed up to do an individual meeting with the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness, so we can merge those, Nick in the back, or we can do them separately, whatever you want to do.
Okay, so that's 2 yeses, sounds like. All right,
Perfect. I'll let you know date and time.
thank you.
Thank you.
City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report this evening other than I should have mentioned at the last meeting that hopefully you all received my written quarterly report last month. And if anybody didn't get that, just please let me know. Other than that, I have nothing further to report this evening.
All right, thank you. That brings us to the consent agenda. Mr. Bellman.
Sure. 3.1 on the consent agenda is approve a contract in the amount of $20,750 and authorize the city manager to sign for professional consulting services with TCB Consulting LLC, Dr. Tanya Bailey, to provide leadership development services that build department leaders' capacity to create and sustain an equitable and inclusive organizational culture. 3.2 is approve a change order with PK Contracting for the fiscal year 2026 and 2027 as needed pavement marking contract in the amount of $320,930.07 for a total authorized amount not to exceed $410,930.07. Authorize city manager to sign and approve the associated budget amendment. 3.3 is approve a public hearing to be set for March 3rd, 2026, to receive comments regarding proposed ordinance 1555, an amendment to the zoning ordinance, which would establish an R01 rental restriction overlay district within the Harvard Cowley neighborhood. 3.4 is approve updates to the 2026 Building Board of Appeals bylaws. 3.5 is approve traffic control order TCO 501 for the installation of stop signs at the intersections of Rosewood Avenue and South Lawn Avenue. 3.6 is approve a resolution honoring the holy month of Ramadan in the city of East Lansing. 3.7 is to introduce ordinance 1565, an ordinance amending 1491 to add a new subsection relating to prohibited uses of city parking facilities. 3.8 is introduce ordinance 1566, an ordinance amending sections 26-51 in definitions and 2664 lying, sleeping, or sitting in parking structures and city-owned public restrooms for the purpose of using the structure as shelter of the Code of Ordinances for the City of East Lansing, and to add a new subsection E. 3.9 is approve a public hearing to be set for March 17, 2026, to consider residential permit parking on Cowley from Michigan Avenue to Oak Ridge Avenue.
That concludes the consent agenda. Would any council member like any items removed from the consent agenda to the business agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move to have item number 3.5, from the consent agenda, the TCO 501 to the business agenda.
All right, that item 3.5 will be moved to the end of the business agenda. Are there any other items that council members would like removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended? Motion by Meadows.
I'll second.
Second by Whalen. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And it brings us to the business agenda. Item 4.1 is consideration of a proposed special use at 111 East Saginaw Street. The request is from Alex Sawicki on behalf of Sheets, Inc. for approval to construct a 6,139 square foot Sheets restaurant with a drive-through and 4 gas pump islands with 8 pumps. The property is zoned B2, Retail Sales Business District. Ms. Wrighton.
Good evening, Alicia Wrighton, Planning Department. We saw this application week before last, and at the end of that meeting, council asked staff to work with the applicant on an additional condition related to the stormwater runoff as well as the noise. Did work with staff. Staff did work with the applicant and indicated in condition number 5 that the stormwater detention facility shall be designed to accommodate the 100-year storm, and then we added stormwater management plan shall indicate a net decrease in stormwater runoff from existing site conditions. And then the new condition that was added was that there will be no amplified music outdoors except in cases of special events, in which case the applicant shall seek prior approval from the city. I can answer any questions that may still be out there.
Questions for staff? The applicant is also here. I think would be willing to answer questions.
I'm ready for a motion.
Just to clarify,
Mr.
you said that there would be, if there's emergencies where they have to shut off the pump or something, so they can use the microphone system for that, correct?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. I was looking at the traffic study for the Meyer project, the Meyer gas station project, and it has a crash analysis. The traffic study for this project does not have a crash analysis. Do we know why?
May I defer to the applicant's
Sure.
engineer? Bob?
Yes, good evening.
Thank you for
Robert Matko,
addressing.
CESO, traffic engineer for the project.
Yep. Yeah, so the traffic analysis, the traffic study for this
Yes.
particular project does not include a crash analysis. And we had a prior project come through, a gas station further up Abbott, that did have a crash analysis. And I was curious why some of our traffic studies have a crash analysis and others don't.
It typically depends, for instance, MDOT will, if they have a more of a high accident area, they'll request a crash analysis. In this case, they did not request a crash analysis for this location. We did have follow-up communication with MDOT as well, and again, they approved the traffic impact study as it stands, full access driveways, but they did not require a safety analysis.
Okay, so it's up to MDOT in this sort of situation.
Yeah, whenever there's a beginning of a project, you have a scoping call, and they go through what intersections they want studied, what type of software, and whether they want a crash analysis, and in this case, it was not required.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alicia, do you want to add something?
I was just going to say Saginaw Street's an MDOT road, as opposed to being a county road.
Right, Saginaw is an MDOT road, so is Lake Lansing, right? Or Lake Lansing's ours. Okay, got it. All right. And then I had another question about the traffic study. So the trip generation assumed category 945, which is gas station and convenience store.
Correct.
Right. And for a gas station and convenience store, much of the traffic that enters the site is pass-by versus primary.
Correct.
Right, is my understanding. However, Sheetz has advertised itself as a restaurant. And I would imagine that a restaurant is going to have a higher proportion of primary visits than a gas station.
Correct.
And so my question is, can we rely on a traffic study that doesn't account for the fact that this is also a restaurant as well as a gas station?
You know, and that's a fair question. What I would like to add is when the traffic impact study was done, the IT 11th edition was out. Since that time frame, on January 1st, 2026, the 12th edition is to be used. With the 12th edition, what they did is they removed several data points from the early 1990s and, you know, basically came up with new trip rates. The new trip rates are actually much less traffic for a convenience store. So in other words, the 11th edition was overestimating. So we do feel the analysis that was done was used with the 11th edition. So even though there might be some differences, well, okay, might be more primary than pass-by, the total volume at the site driveway is going to be the same regardless of whether it's a primary trip or pass-by. The only place it might make a difference is at the intersection. It might be if you're a pass-by trip, you might now be, at the site driveway, you would be a negative off the through and a plus into the driveway. So that's really the only place it would make a difference is at the actual site driveway. At the intersection, the volume's still the volume because it's already on the street system. But the site driveway is where it's going to make a difference.
Meaning trips into and out of the site?
Correct.
Okay. And if I read the traffic study correct, the total average daily estimated trips into and out of the sites is 5,500 approximately?
Correct.
Okay. And that's all the cars crossing the curb cuts into the site?
Yeah, that's 24-hour total inbound and outbound.
Okay. So if I divide that by 1,440 minutes in a day, that's about 4 vehicles per minute. Is that approximately right?
Approximately, somewhere in that range.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had.
Good questions. Thank you.
I believe there was a motion cooking.
I was just ready when folks are done with questions.
Okay.
I move approval of the special use permit request from Alex Sawicki on behalf of Sheetz Inc., located at 111 West Saginaw Street, to construct a 6,139 square foot restaurant with a mobile pickup lane and 8 double-sized gas pumps, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Motion by Singh, second by?
Second.
Second by Grigsby wins that race. Yep, discussion.
Want it made clear that when we talk about conditions in the motion, that the first 3 that are listed there are actually reasons why we think this is a good thing to go forward with. So that's it.
On that point, should the motion include a reference to the conditions in the packet? Is that necessary?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Is that sufficient?
It does identify the conditions. Just to be clear, for the record here, though, there are, as mentioned by Councilmember Meadows, there are 15 conditions and 3 other areas that provide the basis for the decision that's being made that are also identified as conditions. So, I'd suggest that it be very clear that the motion include all of those provisions at pages 234 and 235 of the agenda packet.
234 and 235.
Or pages 13 and 14, or 13 and 14 of the staff report.
13 and 14 of the staff report.
So you want me to amend the original motion to include all conditions listed in the staff report, especially pages 12 and 13?
Well, including those listed at pages 13 and 14.
Okay, including those listed in page 13 and 14.
Are we sure it's not page 14 and 15? The 13 and 14 is for the planning commission.
It says 13 of 14 at the top of the,
13 of 14.
yeah, and then 14 of 14.
Yes. Of the staff report.
Right.
And I stand corrected, there are 11 conditions and then 3 other findings in there.
Yeah, if you are going to amend, can you just say, we find that the proposed development meets all the applicable ordinance requirements? Because it's not a condition, I don't think.
Correct.
This is why no one should govern after a certain time period.
That's fair enough.
That is fair.
Hey, Lucas is still here. You can put that in the. Okay.
Before you start again, so I'm looking at the staff report. I'm seeing a motion for the planning commission with conditions that are on page 12 and 13 of the staff report. I'm seeing a sample motion for consideration by the council with conditions on pages 14 and 15 of the staff report.
Yes, if I can.
Yeah, please.
Yes, the sample motion is for council. It's different than the planning commission motion. It has some things that have been addressed since your public hearing and also
Exactly.
since the planning commission. So I can be corrected if necessary. But I think it is pages 13 and 14, the sample motion in the staff report. Those are not the planning commission conditions.
Yeah, that's dated February 3, 2026.
Okay. Okay, so where are we?
So, you want me to amend my motion or restate it?
It might be best at this point to restate it.
Yeah.
That would be great.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I move approval of the special use permit request from Alex Sawicki on behalf of Sheets, Inc., located at 111 West Saginaw Street, to construct a 6,139 square foot restaurant with a mobile pickup lane and 8 double-sided gas pumps, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, including the 3 recommendations?
The 3 findings.
The 3 findings, excuse me, including, so the staff, the conditions listed plus the 3 findings.
At pages 13 and 14, because,
On pages 13 and 14.
thank you.
Are we clear? Is that sufficient, Mr. City Attorney? Okay.
Yes.
So that's a restatement of the motion. The second came from Grigsby. The second, I believe, stands. Any discussion or questions concerning this? All right. I have a couple of comments. I want to upfront acknowledge the applicant who's been a model applicant. You've made the staff's life easy, I think, and our life easy. And I appreciate the applicant's responsiveness to comments from the community and also the planning commission and staff concerning stormwater, for example, and also us, in particular the music condition. Appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge that there's genuine support for this project in the community, linked to some brand loyalty and also to the food component. That said, I do have concerns about traffic safety. I think this is a heavily trafficked intersection. I think there are high speeds on Saginaw. And there is a very high frequency of ingress and egress to the site with this land use. And I'm concerned that the traffic study did not address the crash rate. One of the things I learned from the Trowbridge project that we approved a couple of years ago is that conflict points correlate with accidents. And MDOT went to considerable lengths to redesign an entire traffic pattern to reduce conflict points to try to reduce the crash rate. And so I anticipate that with all the turning movements into and out of the site that the crash rate is going to go up if we approve this. I think we also want to improve pedestrian connectivity between the north part of the town and the north part of the city and the south part of the city. And I think if you have several cars per minute crossing those curb cuts, I think that's going to make life more difficult for pedestrians and cyclists as well as motorists. I had very similar concerns about the Meyer project further up Abbott Road, and I voted against that project for those reasons, and so I'm going to be consistent and vote against this project in this case also. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I want to make just a couple of comments. One, I'll be voting for this project. And I'll just note that with regard to the three reasons that are stated in this particular proposal or the motion, that we did have one person at the microphone, or we got a communication from them challenging the idea that this particular proposal is compatible with surrounding land uses. I feel very strongly that it is. And I'll note that for a long time, this was a gas station location. And, then was repurposed at some point in time, a couple of times. And in this particular iteration, it sort of combines what it was originally with what one of the repurposing was, which is a restaurant and a gas station. So I feel strongly that you've done a great job in bringing this forward for us, and I intend on supporting this.
Any further discussion?
Please remind me again how many full-time jobs this is going to bring to our community.
This location will bring 30 to 35 jobs. Preferably all of them will be full-time.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, seeing no further discussion, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Altman?
No, that motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, everyone.
That brings us to consideration of policy resolution 2026-6, an 8-month moratorium on new auto service centers in the city of East Lansing. Mr. Bellman.
Actually, I'll defer to Landon.
Staff.
Yes.
Mr. Bartley.
Thank you. We we thought it would be apropos to place this item immediately after the Sheets vote. The request is to put into an 8-month or into effect an 8-month moratorium on consideration or approval of new auto service centers. That includes gas stations. I should say that gas stations are included within the definition of auto service center. The reason behind this proposed moratorium is that we currently have 6 gas stations operating, not including 3 applications that we received in the last 2 years. So I should say we actually have 7 gas stations currently operating in East Lansing. That includes a Marathon, American Gas and Oil at 100 East Saginaw. You have 2 additional gas stations that have been recently approved, one tonight and one in last August. So we have potentially 9 gas stations that will be operating within the next anytime. So we believe it might be worth considering whether or not the city is effectively saturated with land uses. We have a lot of, with these land uses, but in order to make that determination, we have a lot of information we need to find, and in order to find that information, we need some time. So we're requesting time to find information to determine whether or not we should change our ordinances around auto service centers. If there is specific questions about the moratorium language, I defer that to our city attorney, but about the AAR, I'd love to answer questions.
Questions for staff? Mr. Whalen.
Do you currently have people attempting to get in the process of making an application?
No.
So, thank you, Councilmember Whalen, for asking that, because that was one of my questions, if there was anything in the pipeline. And then secondly, which we corresponded on email, but just to say it here while in session, that it sounds like one of the plans is to research how many parcels are currently zoned that could potentially house a gas station, even though that may not be matched with our master plan, let alone a preference of the council to have additional gas stations.
Yes, right now we allow auto service centers and gas stations in the B2 zone district with special use approval. But we have several properties in the city that are zoned B2. Several might be conducive to construction of a gas station, but that analysis we haven't really had a chance to do yet. So that is one of the items that we'd like to research.
Further questions? Mr.
Just
Meadows.
a question, because a thorough examination of where we don't want to have additional gas stations can also identify areas which may be underserved. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Further questions? So I think this is a good idea. I think it's an opportunity to plan for a trend that we couldn't really foresee. And I think it's an opportunity to hear from the public as part of that planning process. And we may not, even if we don't change our policy in the end, we at least will know it makes sense. So I think this is timely and appropriate. Any,
Make a motion.
please.
I move to approve the policy resolution 2026-6, an 8-month moratorium on the acceptance of processing of land use applications for auto service centers in the city of East Lansing.
Second.
Motion by Whalen, Meadows wins that one. Second by Meadows. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Bartley. Item 4.3, consideration of city attorney ranking of proposed charter amendments. Mr. Jopik.
Yes, thank you very much. As you can see, following on the discussion-only meeting that you had last month regarding the charter amendment proposals that were before you, you had 29 amendments to various sections of the city charter before you, and you asked me to provide a suggested ranking. You have that suggestion in your agenda packet, laying them out in groups of 6. I didn't know exactly how many would go at what particular point in time, so I thought separating them in 6 segments would be best. It's not suggesting that you have to do 6 exactly. You can do less than 6 or more than 6 at particular elections. And I hope that that list is understandable. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about it. I also completed some of the other tasks you asked me to work on after the discussion-only meeting, which included preparation of some draft resolutions, so you could see what those resolutions would look like tentatively. They will be your resolutions for the charter amendments you decide to go forward with first. Doesn't have to be limited to the 12 that I provided. I picked 12 based on the ranking of the first 12. I actually have rough drafts of another dozen resolutions that are in the works right now, and can get those to you quickly if you decide you want to go with another one instead of the 12 that have been provided. We can turn that around and get that back to you. But this gives you an idea of what those resolutions look like. Third, I also prepared a memo that is in the packet that kind of goes through some of the suggested wording changes that I've provided to you, in addition to what the Charter Review Commission, our committee, has provided to you based on another set of eyes that you asked me to prepare. That is in your packet for you to look at as well, and I'm happy to go through any or all of this. I know it's late, and that's a lot of material, so I'm at your disposal for however you wish to proceed this evening.
Mr. Bellman, did you want to add anything?
So also in your packet is a memo from City Clerk Emily Gordon talking about the logistics of placing any of those amendments on the upcoming 2026 elections and trying to avoid either fatigue, voter fatigue, and confusion if we end up doing more than a single ballot could cause. So I invite Clerk Gordon to speak to any of that specifically, but those are elements that should also be taken into consideration as to whether they move forward this year or whether we wait until 2027 and try to present those amendments to residents or voters in the city of East Lansing during a city election. So,
Welcome, Clerk Gordon. Thank you for your memo, and thanks for taking the time to present your summary of it.
Of course. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have. I outlined everything in my memo. I also reached out to the State Bureau of Elections and then the county clerk's office too. So my memo also reflects some of the things that the county clerk also brought to my attention as well. So again, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions for the clerk or the city manager or the city attorney?
Actually, just with the clerk to clarify, it looks like, I think you mentioned to me that in April, we'll probably have a pretty good idea. It could be less than 3. We'll have an idea what this ballot will look like at about that time.
Yes, it was indicated from the county clerk that Ingham County is placing 4 items on the ballot as well. And so when I spoke to Clerk Byram's staff, they said that anything over the suggested amount of charter amendments could lead to a 2-page ballot. Obviously, that's a great concern for a clerk's office. I think first and foremost, we do so much education, and from a state level, that we have one ballot that voters get. Every single election, we get questions about that. You know, we have voters who don't get their absentee ballot in the mail, and then they spoil that ballot, and they request a new ballot. They get that ballot, and then 5 days later, their ballot shows up in the mail, and now they have 2 ballots, and they're confused. So things like that, we work very hard on in the clerk's office to educate the voter that you only have one ballot. So even though it's a singular technical ballot, 2 separate pages is definitely going to cause some confusion with voters. And that's definitely my first and foremost concern. And then the election administration side of it is, it's, you know, November, we're looking at longer lines, things like that, and 2-page ballots would double the amount of time that we have. So it's definitely a concern of mine for that as well.
Further questions, Mr. Whalen?
I really appreciate your packet. I didn't quite get through the entire thing. So my question is how quickly can we pivot if there is more space or less space? Obviously, I think the 1-page ballot is really a priority. So I completely agree if that's what your perspective is. At what point do we need to make a decision which ones are on and which ones are not on? How quickly can we pivot?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may answer that question. Unfortunately, it's a slow process if you're wanting to pivot. At this point, the decision on the number of proposals you want to put on the ballot, the deadline is going to be your first meeting in March. So not a lot of time there if we're going to pivot, and we probably won't have any more information on the ballot than we have today. So unfortunately, unless there is some more information you can provide on that, and some more leeway in terms of now and the first meeting in March. We may have a buffer to the second meeting in March, but that would be the end of the line because you have to adopt the resolution. We have to get it to the Attorney General's office for formal review by those March meetings. And so that's what we're looking at.
Mr. Bellman.
So I guess, you know, my question will be addressed to the city attorney and council at the same. Is it good practice for us to continue to go down the road of finalizing these items, getting them approved by council and getting them to the attorney general so that they have more time to review whether or not they're hitting the August or November ballot, still kind of stay to this tight timeline so that the AG has some wiggle room and we're not pressed at the last minute?
So that was going to be my question. Like, if we agree to the city attorney's priority list and ranking, and we start moving to get approval of language, and we also agree we want to put as many on to, but stay within the one-page ballot. That would be kind of my position, so is that the type of motion?
Well, and I thought in conversation with the mayor that we might want to kind of delve into this in a little more deeper during the discussion only next week, and then finalize it on the 17th.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
This is our second discussion on it, though.
So let me ask this question, because if we're talking about pivoting, it would be, I was thinking it was merely pivoting because we had 3 sitting here and we could only do 2, or we thought we would only be able to do 2, but turns out we can do 3. So why wouldn't we just have, the first 3 of the priority list on the discussion-only agenda next week, so that we can determine whether we're going to make any language changes on them, and then we could have it on the ballot, on the agenda for the next meeting, to at least have those ready to go at some point. That doesn't mean they're going to be on the ballot, but they could be at that point in time. And we can continue to look at the rest of these, but it seems like we ought to try to tee up anyway something that can go on the August ballot, whether it's 2 or 3 or even 1.
So, if I can too, I did mention that on the August ballot, just to note, I think it's important because the August ballot is traditionally one of the harder ballots for voters because it is a straight ticket ballot. So that is another consideration that I would take, or that I would suggest that you keep in mind as well. But I do think, speaking to City Attorney Jopik's point as well, we don't know in the future, next year if somebody calls a special May election like they did this year, or an August election too, just having those ready to go if somebody does call those, and that they're approved and ready to go on those ballots as well. So,
Mr. Jopik.
I can supplement that as well with the suggestion for me to make a call to the AG's office and say, I know typically when the formal submittal goes into them, it gives the date of the election that particular resolution is going to be put on. What I don't know is if you can provide them 2 potential dates, that it'll go on one or the other when you make the submission to the governor or AG's office. I haven't seen that done before. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't work with us on that. So that way we can have multiple submitted to them at once for possible, other elections going forward. Have some flexibility there. I can have that discussion with them this week and report back at the DO meeting. If you go that route, that is, with the DO.
My only reaction is, I bet you, at least when I've worked with the Secretary of State's office on ballot language, that if you don't have a date on, and they do a cursory review, knowing once we finalize the room on the ballots, or when, see, I'm not even making sense, but I bet you they'll work with you on that. So anyway, I would be ready to accept this priority list. You continue to work on language, and we can talk in more depth as the council sees fit, recognizing we want to stay within one ballot. So that's where I'm at on this. It's pretty straightforward, I think.
Clerk Gordon, your recommendation was 3 and 3, right? 3 in August and 3 in November?
no more than 3.
No
yeah.
more than 3.
Yeah.
And you think that's safe if we do that, then?
That was my understanding from talking to the county clerk staff about that. However, I will say that the deadline is not until April, so we don't know what else is coming down the pipeline too. So that's another consideration. But it sounded like when I spoke to them about that, then 3 would be, any more than 3 would be pushing it. And I'm happy to talk to them too about the ability to pivot, for elections as well, and I can get that information as well for you.
So it sounds like what I'm hearing is that we could take that first chunk of 6 and talk about those, make sure that those are ready. That would give us 3 for August and 3 for November. My sense is that we have a little bit of momentum on this, and I wonder what people think about trying to get through all the list of the proposed amendments that the city attorney evaluated as being legally advisable, and deal with those now, work out the language, put them in the hopper, and then we can pull them out for the 27 election or another election if there's an opportunity. Do people have thoughts about that?
That's a good way of going. I think if we go through here, we've done our job of reviewing them. If we need to take specific action at some later date to get them on whatever ballot happens to come up, at least we've finished our review of all of these at some point.
Any other comments on that plan?
I do.
Mr. Whalen?
I really don't even want to say this at the hour. I really, really appreciate, I think I understand your priority of how they're at. When I was going through, and looking at all the different changes, some are chapter 2, some are chapter 7, so they're kind of all over the place as far as what chapter they are in the city charter. So, and I think it's too late to even have this, and I'd rather personally, that this doesn't need to go to the next agenda next week. That's my opinion. But city attorney, is there anything, or maybe this is more for city clerk, is there any benefit for the people that are voting when they do the research about their ballot to have them kind of in order in the city charter? Or I see that there's a priority here, and I'm okay with this priority. That's my only question, is when someone is trying to do research, could that look like a challenge because we're kind of all, it looks like we're doing them out of order?
If I can.
Mr. City Attorney.
To some extent.
If that makes sense.
I understand. You're thinking of it from a numerical sense. Some of what I've tried to do in here, not everywhere, but is to do it in a topic sense.
Right.
So you see the first 2 deal with changes in the election laws and how those are handled. So they're the same topic, even though they're in different sections.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
and I'm okay to go with that.
And so I tried to follow the topic areas and also mix in which items were more legally pressing in my thought process.
Absolutely, and I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, is my idea even a concern when people are researching this?
I would say voter education is always a concern. So that's first and foremost. Education is the biggest thing. That's something that we very much focus on. But I would say we obviously administered the election. We can't really speak too much of what is on the ballot, so that could be more up to the council for explaining the reasons and the reasoning behind it. To me, it makes perfect sense what the city attorney is saying, but again, I'm not every single voter in the city of East Lansing, so education is definitely something, and if we got a call to our office about that, we would be able to explain that there's 29 charter amendments and explaining the process.
And we prioritize them based on?
Yes.
And the League of Women Voters will do voter guide. Maybe Lucas has got one planned too, and you could hyperlink. Sorry, I'm just bringing anyone that's left into the meeting. That you can hyperlink to the code as well.
Okay.
But there's usually voter guides, and I don't know if we're able to do something like that on city proper since it's charter recommended. And
We're pretty limited on what we're allowed to say.
Yeah, and we would review that, but the city can provide educational material that is
Yeah.
neutral, not advocating, but neutral, just
Yeah.
getting out the facts and information, educational, yes.
Thank you.
And if I could just respond a little bit, I think we do need to have this on a discussion-only meeting because we don't have anybody here who's actually commenting on any of these items at this point in time by highlighting the first three or the first four, or whatever we would have on the agenda, we give the rest of the community an opportunity to come in, and members of the Charter Committee to explain themselves as to why they had that on there. And I'll note that the Charter Committee also didn't lump it by charter section. They were looking at different things at different times, which is why the number that they assigned to each of these is not consistent either with particular sections.
Further comments? Yes, Mr. City Attorney.
So, from a process standpoint, in conjunction with the timing here, what I think would be advisable for the city, and I touched upon this last time I presented, is that we submit that I can submit to the AG's office for an informal review, not the formal adopted resolution, but submit something to them for an informal review to provide feedback to see if they see any red flags, right? Just a basic review that they are willing to perform, and I did double check with them when I talked to them a month or so ago that they would be willing to do that. They are. It's something that they do. But to do that, I'll need to know which ones to submit and what language I know in some of these I've proposed some alternate language for you to look at. I will need some direction on what language to send. So I'm not in a position to do that at this time until I hear from you on that. I can contact them this week with this question and say, I have a discussion-only meeting next Tuesday. After that, I'll be sending you a number of these for an informal review and give them a heads up if that's okay with council at this point. Then I can get your feedback at that DO meeting. It's pretty late to kind of go through and talk about language at this time. Yeah.
February 17th
So,
business agenda.
That's just my suggestion from a timing standpoint, and to remind you about this informal review that we can take advantage of before actually adopting the resolutions.
I have a couple of comments. I think we need an amendment for Chief Financial Officer designee. I've talked, or unless we don't.
Well, I haven't really talked to the city attorney, but that's a great question of whether or not the charter requires us to specifically call out designees, like we're trying to do for the city clerk, but the CFO would be another one. We need to call out a designee in their absence. I just don't know how far we go in identifying the person and/or their designee.
Yeah, well, we're doing that in a couple locations.
We are.
With the drafts that are before you, and it seems to be a fair and good provision to put in there to erase any question about whether that is allowable to have a designee. And when it comes to the CFO, I understand that was an additional item that was talked about at the last discussion only. I don't see any issue legally from including that and having another proposal submitted. And I have not yet gotten you my report. That's the one thing I did not get done in the last couple weeks was my review of the charter cover to cover to see if there are any other items I saw from the legal side of things to suggest to you. So that was on the list. I can certainly include that in my review. I was intending to. I had notes on that.
I have a bunch of other issues, but it sounds like this is going to be on our DO meeting next week, right? That's where we're headed with
Yeah,
this?
I think additional discussion among council to solidify which language you want in the resolution and to which ones you want to move forward in that order.
Yep, okay. So I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments because it's getting late. All right, so we will see this on our DO meeting next week. And thank you to both the clerk and the city attorney for your work on this. All your information fills some really important gaps here, and the memos were very nicely done. So
thank you.
Mr. Grigsby.
Yes, outside of all that, I forgot to mention something very important to me during my council comments. So I'm just wondering if I could please have another minute of your time tonight to address those things.
Of
I
course.
apologize.
No, of course.
So I must have just froze up. I don't know what I was thinking, but I missed one of the most important parts about what I wanted to talk about in response to the community and some of their demands with our police department and how we're responding to some of the requests of the community members about acting upon some of their wishes, and as well, in addition to the Oversight Commission in response to some of their mandates that they have before them. And with things happening at the federal level, there has been a sense that I've gotten from the community that they are communicating with us, and it kind of stops there. And so last week, I wanted to kind of beat that and see what we can get away with working on.
Can I just bring up, you're not done with your business agenda?
We are not done with our business agenda.
Because you have 3.5 that you moved down to the business. agenda.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Before we get
Yeah.
too far.
Okay, I forgot that we threw that down there.
Are you
so
are you willing to wait until after we're done with our
I
business
am.
agenda? Okay,
I am.
all right, so we are now
Sorry.
at, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Bellman.
Why did you stop me earlier? What the heck?
So this is item 3.5, approve traffic control order TCO 501 for the installation of stop signs at the intersection of Rosewood Avenue and South Lawn Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Lacoste, for staying with us for
No problem.
the evening.
Good evening, Council. Brown Lacoste, Director of Public Works, here for the third time on this item, so I'll make it brief. This I feel like it should have happened yesterday on Groundhog's Day, but we'll move forward.
We will.
December 9th, Council made a motion to defer to have a chance to speak with some of the residents. We brought the item back on the 20th, and Council moved to defer it again because there was a neighborhood association meeting that very next night, and they wanted to hear the outcome of that. The association made a resolution to City Council to replace the stop sign in TCO 501 with a recommendation to instead install a median similar to those on Oxford and Sabaron, Clarendon and Sabaron, and Centerlawn and Roxburgh. And as Councilmember Wayland mentioned, the framework of the action plan was presented last night to the Transportation Commission, and they're going to be reviewing that over the next couple weeks to give us comments on that, and then we'll talk about it at the next meeting. But our intent is to move forward with these type of requests, and this being one of them. We know the neighborhood voted to put an island in. There's obviously some design parameters we'd have to look at to see how that would function there, but there's obviously other options. There's raised crosswalks, speed humps, that type of thing. So our intent with this would be, like everything else, is to look at the specifics of that situation, bring some what we feel are best practices, and one of them very well maybe what their recommendation was, but we may have some other things that we think might work better and give the reasons why, have that dialogue, and then come to a solution. So that will be our intent here if this is not approved.
Mr. Whalen, you withdrew this from the consent agenda. Do you have a motion?
Did. I'd like to talk for another half hour or so about this. I'm sorry, that wasn't.
I got it.
So, Mr. Lacoste, so we did hear from the neighborhood about this island, and I understand that's part of the solution. So, so my concern is if we approve this, then we're putting stop signs in, and then that if that island goes in, then it changes a lot of different things. So I move this off the consent agenda because I think this is a bad idea. And I don't think we should have stop signs right there. That's based on the neighborhood feedback and a lot of community feedback. So I think your new traffic, the new plan is the calming action plan is brilliant. I think all of that, we'll all be able to see that soon. But yes, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please.
I make a motion to approve the control order TCO 501, installing stop signs at the intersection of Rosewood Avenue and South Lawn Avenue.
So that is a motion to approve. Is there a second? So it's been moved by Whalen, second by Meadows. And I was about to weigh in. So if we vote against this motion, then no stop sign. Correct?
And that's what the neighborhood wants.
Which is what so we are gonna, the motion is to approve. If we vote nay, then there's no stop sign.
Yeah.
And question for the city attorney, is that sufficient? Or do we also need a motion to deny?
Well, in this instance, if the proposed traffic control order does not get a sufficient number of votes, it is not approved.
Correct.
So that means that it would not go into place.
Okay.
This is different. I think I'm getting this question because I've suggested you bring another motion in some instances that deals with zoning and land use type decisions, and that's a different answer for those. But for this, I think that is how, it's my opinion that that's how this would work, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to restate the motion. If the motion is to approve, which means if it passes, the yield signs get changed to stop signs. If it fails, then the yield signs stay as yield signs.
Correct. And this is what the Transportation Commission voted on quite a while ago.
Right.
So a no vote would be supporting the Transportation Commission and the neighborhood
And staff.
and staff, with the caveat that they're really interested in an island or something else.
Any further discussion
Yeah.
or questions on the motion? Councilmember Singh.
I just want to, this was my biggest issue at our last meeting and why I was upset at the motion by the mayor to put this on the consent agenda, because I know we heard from the neighborhood even via email the 19th before the 20th discussion. We had questions with Mr. Lacoste on even putting up the stop signs temporarily would actually not be a best practice if the long-term intent was to do a median or a traffic circle. So I am very glad that we're taking this approach tonight.
Any further comments? Mr. Grigsby?
Yeah, so originally when we had this discussion, I was under the impression that this is kind of really the short-term fix to some of the different things there. And based off the conversation and the meetings that you have, it doesn't seem that that's the case in relation to wanting the stop signs there, and the yield signs for now seems to be what the community wants. So I wanted to state that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've learned here is that you really do have to poll people to figure out what they want, because not everybody wants the same thing, and that feedback from the neighborhood association was very, very useful. Any further discussion on the motion, Mr. Meadows?
I want to comment that, as reported to me anyway, the neighborhood association meeting actually should be the determiner here. They've indicated a desire to have a more vigorous look at this and possibly a different proposal made for this particular intersection. And as you have indicated to me several times, we really haven't heard from anybody who actually lives there in support of the idea of the stop signs at that location. So I'm going to be voting no.
Any further discussion or questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails unanimously. Thank you all for your patience with me on this issue and for hanging in with us here tonight. And, and thank you, City Manager. Mr. Grigsby, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this is totally my fault. I apologize. But as I was saying, I just felt like as a council representative that it was important to see what we can do and what we can create and work around when it comes to the federal litigation and some of the different things we're working on and going through. And so I asked to meet with the leadership team, and we had a great discussion about process, policy, and accountability, and how that looks and what we can do going forward. We had a great meeting. The mayor was there, supporting that. The city manager was very open to putting time out for us, and the police chief and their deputy came, and we had a very productive meeting. Going back to what I was talking about to the community about how the collaborative mindset, no matter where you're at on the issue, and how important it is to be able to go past the rhetoric, go past the emotions, and really come up with policy and process. And I don't want to go into the details of that because that's the operational stuff. And if I could get the city manager just to comment on that just for about 10, 15 seconds about what the result of that is. So as we go into the next DO meeting, it's kind of laid out for the public, even though no one's here anymore.
Mr. Bellman?
So just to highlight a copy of the memo you all received. So first item is the current federal lawsuit prevents the city from directly addressing concerns residents and visitors have raised before this body. LEPOC has filed several complaints with the East Lansing Police Department. Complaints are specific to Chief Brown and Officer Lyons relative to their actions during Welcome Weekend. Those are all in the complaint. And so it's our position that those complaints will be thoroughly reviewed by the court. It's in the appropriate forum, and they will review the facts and make an unbiased decision. The second item was the LEPOC Legal Subcommittee met Monday with the city's labor and employment law attorney, Gary Sashita, and Carlito Young, assistant city attorney, and I believe Jen Brown, to review the body-worn camera video process and how LEPOC can review those when a complaint is filed. Gary and Carlito are scheduled to attend tomorrow's LEPOC meeting with hopes of a closed session so that they can address any of the questions the commission has regarding the revised ordinance that the council adopted at their, I believe it was the October 2025 meeting, and to also have conversations about concerns that they would like you to be aware of via our labor attorney on upcoming negotiations and the current ordinance or things that should be discussed and reviewed and protected. DEI Director Elaine Hardy was asked to prepare a spreadsheet of all of LEPOC's motions and the status of those motions so that we have a tracking device or method so that we know what motions were made and what's the current status of those. Chief Brown is asked Assistant Chief Kraft to investigate Axon standards as a solution to, for accurate data collection and reporting on police-related incidents, arrests, encounters with youth, and persons in crisis, etc. And then they're trying to, Chief Brown, Assistant Chief Kraft, enhance ELPD's transparency by sharing data and program information via their newsletter, website, and then they're going to attend the discussion-only meeting in February and March just to give updates, but they're also going to be joined by Interim Fire Chief John Newman to really talk about public safety issues in the community.
Thank you for that summary. Anything further, Mr. Grigsby? Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Whalen, second by Grigsby. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you all.